We'll now call open session for 6:30 p.m. of the Lompoc City Council meeting of August 6th to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mosby.
Present.
Councilmember Vega.
Here.
Councilmember Cordova.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Dirk Starbuck.
Present.
Mayor Janelle Osborne.
Here. City Attorney, any reportable action from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session to discuss the two items on the agenda, one labor negotiations item with the LPOA and IBEW, and one item of anticipated litigation. Council discussed both those items and gave direction to staff, but no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. If you'll please rise and join us for Pastor Joy Price invocation, and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. O Holy One, we lift up our hearts in gratitude for all that you provide, for the ocean, beaches, and hillsides that we call home, for the wildlife that share this place with us, for the friends, neighbors, and family that fill our lives. We thank you. For the bounty that supplies our every need, the homes that protect us, and all those who guide us, we thank you. For the leaders that have given their hearts and souls to our community, we thank you. For new leaders that will come forward to serve us, we thank you. For a nation that practices democracy and allows us to share our thoughts and opinions, we thank you. Holy One, we bow before you this evening with heavy hearts. There has been so much death this week in our country that we weep. We weep for lives lost to those with evil intent. We weep for lives that still hang in the balance and for bodies that will never be the same again. We weep for those left behind with voids too large to fill. And we weep for those whose hearts are filled with hate. Please, God, let them know your peace. Tonight, we ask that you provide these leaders and participants with your wisdom and guidance. Let them make just and caring decisions. Let them listen deeply to those who are present, and let them know your goodness and love, that they may serve this great community with their whole hearts. Holy One, we thank you for your love for all of your creation and offer ourselves in service to others. We pray these things in your most glorious name. Amen.
Now join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'd like to, to announce that there will be a special council meeting to discuss a possible sales tax on Thursday, August 22nd at 6:30 p.m. here in the chambers. And this will be an actual council meeting rather than a workshop, so the council will be able to vote and take action on any items during that meeting. So again, that's August 22nd, Thursday, August 22nd, 6:30 here in the chambers. Also, we have two more Old Town markets before we close out the season. This Friday will be the Public Safety Night and Car Cruise Night. Music is by the group Toxic Red, and that coincides with Saturday on the 10th. The Lompoc Police Car Show will be held on Saturday, August 10th at 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Ryan Park. The last Old Town Market will be the 16th of August, and the theme is Healthy Lompoc Nights with music by Certain Sparks Music Foundation. And keeping in that same vein, a reminder for everyone to visit the Farmers Market in Old Town on Fridays from 2 to 5 p.m. It's located on Iron Ocean next to the Chamber of Commerce building. And that's all I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, question for the city manager. Recently, there's been kind of two sets of numbers out there for the number of sworn officers in the police department. I believe the chief in the newspaper had 35, but we get a monthly vacancy report. In our monthly vacancy report, I think we have 5 or 6 more people employed. Do you know why there's the discrepancy in those numbers?
I'd have to look at them again, but the biggest one would be either someone's leaving that we don't have the final paperwork. So from a being out on the street, that person's technically not out there. I know we had 1 or 2 that had disability, like they were hurt, injured, so those weren't out there. I'd have to check for the other ones. So it's really looking, when they mention the 35, it's who can they physically put a gun in a car and put them out on the street versus who's technically hired and ready to go. So there's that few in between. Like we have Captain Deanna Clements is retiring, so she's technically on the books. I might be off a few days, so that's counted as 1, but she's not able to be out there serving right now. So that's where we get that difference of who can serve and who's on the books at the moment. Does that answer?
Maybe we can qualify a little bit when statements are going out there, what's happening, but I think we have that. The other question I have is, we haven't had an update on the Bailey Corridor annexation component. Are we?
No, that's a very good, I meant actually to send that over to Brian Halverson today because I was interested too. I was thinking about that this morning. I will find out, actually, Brian's here today. Is there any, do you have a quick update? Because I was very interested, now that we've moved past the issue with the LAFCO changes, I was going to actually ask him.
Just a real quick update. We have been wrestling with a lot of things at the county planning department. It's kind of city planning department and county planning department. And some of the issues that we're dealing with are regarding the housing element, saying that we have plenty of housing in Lompoc on the books as far as a supply, and they're saying that we do not need any additional housing. We're also wrestling with some concepts that in regards to greenhouse gases and a couple other things as well. So we're going to be sitting down hopefully with them one more time, which will qualify the LAFCO requirement to have 2 sit-down meetings, even though we've had 3 sit-down meetings with them. I guess the first, well, not guess, but the first 2 meetings were with the county executives, which LAFCO did not consider those to count towards the legal requirement for county consultation. So after we have that last meeting, then they're going to look at it one more time and give us more comments. So it has been a challenge working with the county, but we are trying to have one more sit-down meeting.
So is our application not deemed complete yet?
That's correct. It is not deemed
So we've been working on this about 20 months?
not quite that long.
January, I believe, of 17?
We had our first meeting in, I believe it was October, and Jim joined us, and now we're hoping to have another one.
I believe you filed your first documentation in January.
The actual application was in 2018, it was July.
And Brian, didn't we, during the proposed changes that come about, didn't that sort of push our submission sort of was put in limbo until that came to fruition? And now that we've been able to work with, excuse me, LAFCO, and none of the changes came forward, we should be able to move forward on this one, as Brian said.
That's correct. The changes that they wanted to do to ag and open space did have a direct relationship to us needing to hold back a little bit and see how that played out. But that was an important component as well. So,
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. If there's an item on consent calendar you would like to make comments about, we will open the floor for 3 minutes for public comment on consent calendar. Seeing no one rise, we'll close comment on consent calendar. Consent calendar is all items considered to be routine and enacted after one motion in the form listed below. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless good cause is shown prior to council vote. Any items withdrawn from the council consent calendar are for separate discussion and to be addressed immediately before the second oral communications near the end of the meeting. Council motion or item to be requested. Councilmember Cordova.
I I have to recuse myself from item number 4. And I just had a quick question on item number 5. It says on the report that the most recent process concluded on May 29th, but I just wanted to know what date did that start, or how long of a period is provided before the items become stale?
We do 2 weeks, we do it, and then we advertise it again 2 weeks, so it's for a 30-day period. For the stale dated checks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if somebody doesn't cash a check,
Oh, how long is the check before it's stale dated?
yeah.
3 years.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah,
right.
That's how long we posted on our
I
webpage for
was
them to
gonna
claim
say,
it.
I have a check.
And we actually did it a lot longer
go to
this
the
time, but. I'm sorry. I thought you meant how long did we post it? Yes, 3 years.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move, we accept the consent calendar.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded with Councilmember Cordova recused from item 4, so we can take a vote with that known recusal. Okay. Any additional questions or concerns? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. And that passes 5-0. All right. We have a staff presentation from the Utilities Department introducing our newly hired wastewater superintendent, Dave Zevely.
That pretty much said the whole thing. I'm happy to be up here right now to announce that Dave Zevely is the new wastewater superintendent. He comes to the city with about 13 years of experience in water and wastewater utilities. He has several water and wastewater certificates, including a grade 4 treatment plant operator, grade 4 plant maintenance technician, grade 2 plant maintenance electrical, grade 2 water treatment, and grade 2 water distribution. I'm going to be very short here, and he's a Central Coast native. He went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and graduated there. And he started about 3 weeks ago on July 15th. So please join me in welcoming Dave. I think he has a couple things he wants to say.
Welcome, Mr. Zevely.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I look forward to serving the city of Lompoc well into the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I have one more thing. Anybody who's interested in coming out and touring the wastewater plant, please do. We'd love to see you out there and help you understand what we do.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. It is a very interesting scientific learning experience. I highly recommend it. All right, so moving on to oral communications regarding any city matter. We have 3 minutes. If you would like to speak to an issue that is not on the agenda, or if you cannot stay for the item that is, now is the time to step up.
Thank you. Name's Keith Fikert. I'm a Lompoc resident. I was here last month when you guys had your council meeting, and I mentioned about the West Coast Cup fly-in. I presented each and every one of you with our 33-page after-action summary of everything that happened. One of the things I kind of as a takeaway for you guys tonight is on page 21 of the report. But yeah, so we just celebrated our 35th year. I wanted to say again, thank you guys for sponsoring the event. We couldn't do the event without the support from city and city staff and facilities, so thank you guys very much. However, we had a low turnout compared to previous years this year, which you can also see on page 21, there at the bottom. This kind of left to a 9% deficit and recovered funds, which is on the very next page, page 22. So since 2013, our hangar rents have increased 62%. So that's going from $2,640 to $4,236 per year. This has become quite an impact on being able to keep the fly-in event here in Lompoc. It's been going for 35 years. We hope to keep it going. But with that level of increase, it's caused a huge problem. So we are a 501c3 educational nonprofit organization. And we have tried to enact some cost measures. We did a 50% increase in our chapter dues. We've done raffle prizes, and we're making difficult cuts for next year. We're here to basically plead for your consideration for relief in the hangar rents. We're not asking for free rent, but having to go from $2,000 to $4,000 has really been a huge impact on our ability to keep the event going. So if you guys have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Mr. Fecker, can you, is it overall attendance down at these kinds of events? And if so, do you know what it might be that's impacting it?
The areas that we kind of found was there was a lot of events happening in the middle of July. Oshkosh at AirVenture just celebrated its 50th anniversary. We've also had some of the members of our aviation community move, and that's also brought down attendance. One of the things we're going to do to address that for next year is we're going to call every single attendee for the last 3 years, which is 120 attendees, and invite them personally, as well as list any causes and concerns that they may have so we can address them for next year.
Okay, great.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your time.
Hi, I'm Keith's wife, Kabrina Fikert, also a resident of Lompoc and a committed volunteer with the Lompoc West Coast Cub Fly-In. And I wanted to make sure that we got you these numbers. It's really important for you guys to know that we as an organization, in order to put the event on each year, we spend $25,000, excuse me, that is very wrong. No, that's right, $25,000 annually just to put the event on. That's not counting the estimated $76,000 that our attendees bring to local businesses. They stay in hotels, they eat at restaurants, they visit our area. It increases tourism. It's really important for our community that we keep this event going, not just for the educational and community benefit that the EAA and the West Coast Cub Fly-In offer, but also to keep tourism and aviation in Lompoc vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Osborne and City Council members. Lompoc has been known for its flower fields, murals, and home of Vandenberg Air Force Base. Do we want to be known as the city where council members wouldn't allow the residents to have a chance to vote in the 1% sales tax increase to balance the city budget? When you ran for city council, your constituents, those who elected you, expected you to continue to work for the betterment of our community. It seems your main purpose differs from ours. You were all in it for the power. Seeing as you wanted to balance the budget and with your power play, rather than allow us the chance to put the 1% sales tax on the ballot, you chose to deny us our democratic right. Incidentally, this tax would come from tourists and even the street people. You cut jobs when we should be increasing our police, fire, and other departments. As a sanctuary state, the influence of illegals and gangs has put us at a greater risk. M13 gang members in a southern city not only murdered, but they butchered their citizens. Thank God the police were there to arrest them. If you are so hell-bent on saving money to balance the budget, why don't you all take a cut in your $600 a month monthly pay for 2 meetings and your health insurance? Are you willing to raise your hand to show that you are willing to take a cut in pay? We all have freedom of speech, and at 92 years young, I consider myself mighty, all 4'12" of me, and will not be intimidated by council members. Thank you for the chance to voice what I think the citizens would like you to hear. Are you listening? Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we will close oral communications. I will go ahead and let you come forward. I'll reopen for you, Mr. Sobani.
Thank you.
If there's anyone else who'd like to speak, please queue up.
I have a comments on item 9. Would I be allowed to make my comments now, or should I wait?
You're welcome to, but it might be more effective to wait for that conversation. Okay. Thank you. Any additional comments for oral communications? Seeing none, we will close the floor again and bring it back to the agenda for appointments. The item is designating of voting delegates and alternates for the League of California Cities Annual Conference. So I will say that I am attending. Is there another council member also attending? All right. Do we have a city staff attending? City manager is also attending. Councilmember Starbuck.
I'll nominate the mayor and the city manager as voting in alternate for the League of Cities.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And we have a second. So it has been moved that the mayor will attend as the nominee and the city manager will be the alternate voting representative for League of California's annual conference. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. The next item is approval of the 2019-2020 draft annual action plan and fiscal year 19-20 budgets for the Community Development Block Grant and Human Services Programs, adoption of resolution number 627319. And our Community Development Program Manager, Chanel Ovallier,
Thank you.
will be making the presentation.
Okay, so good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff, and members of our community. Again, my name is Chanel Valle, and I'm the city's Community Development Program Manager. Today, I'm here to ask for the council's approval of our Community Development Block Grant and Human Service budgets, along with the approval to submit those budgets with our action plan to HUD. So the primary objective of the CDBG program is to provide viable communities to low-income and moderate low-income persons by providing decent housing, suitable living environments, and expanded economic opportunities. Funding criteria to note is CDBG funds cannot replace city or state-funded functions. Human service donations from Lompoc utilities are restricted only for human service activities. Funds must be used for low-income, to benefit low-income persons, and expenditures that are not in compliance with HUD regulations must be paid back from the city's general fund. Community involvement is an important factor in identifying projects for funding under the CDBG program. To meet this objective, the city conducted a workshop in November and is conducting the public hearing tonight. The city is entitled to $475,399 from HUD for fiscal year 1920. Of the total entitlement, 20% is capped for program administration, the 15% for human service programs, and the remainder is to be used for capital projects per HUD regulations. The additional funding of that 269 comes from the CDBG program income, human services, and the approved general fund contribution. This slide reflects a breakdown of the total CDBG funding and how it will be used. As stated before, up to 20% of the entitlement must be used for program income. Staff is recommending that council allocate $141,079 of the total 1920 funds toward the program administration, which includes salaries, supplies, the fair housing services right below, loan program administration that includes management of 37 active loans and monitoring of properties. Staff is also recommending that council approve the CDBG capital funds to be used to continue progress on making ADA improvements to public facilities, and the $50,000 to the mobile home emergency repair and single home emergency repair programs that is done through Catholic Charities for seniors and low-income persons. And then the remainder amount of the $113,285 toward our human service program. So the city received 14 eligible applications for funding requests that totaled over $220,000. That dollar amount was over double of what the city can use from the dollar amount that we're going to be receiving from HUD. So again, the city is limited to only use 15% of that grant amount toward public services, and with the CDBG entitlement, the human service utility donation, and the city's general fund contribution, the total of $113 is available for funding. And we are recommending that the activities listed here are approved for the human service activity grants, totaling the $113,285. Tonight, we are holding a public hearing to approve the 1920 Annual Action Plan for submission to HUD, which includes the CDBG and human service funding programs and activities, as well as CDBG-funded capital improvements projects. In conclusion, the fiscal year 1920 Action Plan was posted for public review at the library and at City Hall on July 10th for a 30-day public comment period. City staff will continue to receive comments from the public through August 8th. Copies of the signed City Council resolution, signed HUD certificates, minutes, and this council meeting and any public comment or written correspondence received during the 30 days will be forwarded to HUD with the 1920 Action Plan. Thank you for this time. Do you have any questions?
Maybe for the public's benefit, explain how the human services grants of the $113,000 are assessed and decided.
Okay. So each of our council members here have a commissioner that they appointed to our Human Service Commission. We meet once a month, and these commissioners help us to put together an application that goes out to our community for our nonprofit agencies. The nonprofit agencies then come to a workshop that we have, that we tell them how they can apply for the funding and when it'll be available. And then we receive applications, we go through them, and our Human Service Commission meet and interview the applicants. And once they are interviewed, then they decide and deliberate how much funding goes toward each applicant. All the applicants have to have services that provide, or programs that provide services to low-income persons.
Thank you for that clarification. Any additional questions for staff? Councilmember Vega.
Chanel, could you tell me how these amounts were arrived at once upon a time? We see that there's $30,000 for the Boys Club. We see that there's human services amounts. Maybe you could explain for our benefit how long have those benefits stayed at that same level, and where did those amounts come from, if that's...
So in the applications, we ask the applicant how much they would like to have, and then we ask them how that dollar amount will benefit their program and how many people they believe will benefit from that dollar amount. And so then we just get our our 15% from our total entitlement, and that's how we know how much we have to give, and then we let our commission split it up. So, of course, if an agency is asking for 10,000, they're not gonna give them 20,000 when another agency may be asking for 20 and needs that 20.
Okay, so this
Is
is
that okay?
coming from the agencies themselves.
They make the
themselves.
request, and a lot of times we're not able to give them the full requested funds, but we give them as much as we can with the dollar amount we have.
So every cycle that comes up, they'd have to reapply for those same
Yes,
funds?
they
And that's
do.
what you're asking for tonight? Again, something that the group has already asked for, the same amount of money?
Yes, we're asking for your approval.
Thank you.
Any additional questions before we open it for public comment? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll open the floor for public comment on this. If there was anyone who would like to make a statement, you have 3 minutes. Please come forward to the podium.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I have a question. I was just looking at the numbers up there, and I was seeing that there was a request for $4,295 for Meals on Wheels. It seems awfully low. I wonder if they can comment how they derived at that number for the Meals on Wheels program.
Thank you.
I've had family members that have needed that, and it's a great help to the community. Thank you.
I can help answer that question.
As soon as we're finished with public comment, we'll return it back to answering any questions. Any additional public comments? Seeing none? Yes, Ms. LaValliere, if you will help clarify that.
So Meals on Wheels, they are one of our rare agencies that they do everything through volunteers. So Meals on Wheels is one of our rare agencies that have a lot of volunteers, and they do almost everything with their volunteers. So the only money that they're requesting to be reimbursed or to help them with is their utilities and their insurance in order to run the program.
Is that the 42?
Yes, it is.
Asking for?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I will entertain a motion. Councilmember Cordova.
I motion to approve. Do you need anything?
And I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion for approval and a second. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Item number 8, appeal of building requirement for 204 North C Street. Presentation to be made by,
I just wanted to note, Mayor, sorry to interrupt, that Councilmember Mosby owns property in the near vicinity to this property, and therefore he will recuse himself for this item.
okay, thank you for that clarification.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Al Johnson, Building Official for the City of Lompoc. And I would like to introduce Ann Schneider, California Code Check. She's acting in the capacity of our plan check engineer, and she will be available to answer any questions. So this is a little bit different in that we have an appeal of a decision that hasn't been made yet. So if you have some questions for us, we will be more than happy to answer them for you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
before we get into this real far, because I notice it's a pretty one-sided staff report, how were we able to build this unit a couple of years ago, this project, and now we're not able to build it? Same project, I understand, was built on E Street, and now, a couple blocks away, we want to replicate that, we, the applicant here, and now it's not legal to build it.
Well, nobody has said it's not legal to build, and nobody has told him he couldn't build the project. He was in the plan check process, from what I understand. I was not here at the time, but he submitted plans, and they were submitted to all agencies, just like we would do any other plan check. There were corrections issued. To my knowledge, they were never followed up on. So basically, right now, it's just an expired plan check application.
Councilmember Vega.
Al, how does this applicant reinstate, or has it been clearly stated how he needs to proceed to get his application reinstated on the plan check side?
Councilman Vega, Mayor, council members, anytime a building permit application is made to the city, there is a time period during which action must be taken to complete that application and issue the building permit. In the case of Mr. Halsey's project, he initiated a plan check, he received the comments from the city, and he never responded and returned the documents for approval to the city. That happened 3 years ago. Since that time, he has made no application to the city, so we do not have a project under review, and we are not assisting him with a construction project. Mr. Halsey can submit at any time the documents necessary to obtain a building permit for the current code that's in place at this time.
So the path is clear for the applicant to put in his application for reinstatement. That has not been done yet, is that correct?
He does not have the ability to reinstate a building permit application for a prior building code. The state of California requires and adopts a new building code every 3 years. The application date, at the time the application is deemed complete, establishes the building code that you must comply with. So in 2016, Mr. Halsey submitted an application, and he was under the state of California's 2013 building code. That building code expired, and a new building code was instated in January of 2017. That's the 2016 building code. It will expire December 31st of 2019, and we will have a new building code January of 2020.
So again, the path for the question here was, we've been told about this foundation plan. Currently, it's still an approved one where I'm just moving on here. I get it. He's let it expire, and he needs to fix that. The foundation plan that was currently the 2013, has that changed to today as far as the approval? Because we've been told that it's still on the city website.
There are documents available on the city website. However, the building code requires that Mr. Halsey submit a soils report and follow the recommendation of those professionals for construction of a new building. That requirement has not changed.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for staff before we open it to public comment? Councilmember Cordova.
Do we have the opportunity to hear from the applicant or from at this time, or no?
At this point, he is an appellant because the application actually has expired, if I understand clearly. So yes, he may stand and contribute if he would like to. All right, please come forward.
And just because this is an appeal, Mayor and Council, the 3-minute time limit does not apply to the appellant.
Hello, City Council again. Okay, so this project did start in August of 2016. I did submit my plan, and I got a plan check back from a JAS corporation down in Los Angeles. Some of those plan checks were discussed with my architect, and they were not required. They were, some of the plan check that had came back to me was already on the plans, but they just didn't find them or recognize them. And what I did is I went to the city at that time, and I tried to remedy all these plan checks that I had on my application at the time in order to save myself money, rather than going in with my architect and having them change and then resubmitting and going back and forth like that. I've always kind of taken the practice of doing a lot of the work myself to save money, and so I went to the city on many occasions to ask particularly about this footing design. Prior to me buying the property, I had taken my old plans into the city and had discussed this with all the heads of the department and asked if this particular footing design, which was on the website, was still available, and would I be able to utilize that? And I was told yes. So I was also told to bring my plans up to the 2013 code update, which I did, and that's when I submitted it. And it came back where I needed this footing design, or I needed a soils report. Well, the soils report, there's an exception to the city code that says that a soils report is not necessarily required. And I have some paperwork here for all city council members and including the city attorney, if I can, or you can give that to him. Thank you. Basically, the exception to the soils report states that if the city knows its own soils, which it should, it says that the city building department is allowed to waive that. So the whole idea between this footings design that is on the website was established for infill lots that had at one point been developed and subdivided and things like that and were ready to build on. And the soils report and things had been already accepted at that point in time. This footings design states that there has to be certain criteria met for that. One of the criteria is that it has to be an undisturbed lot, meaning that it has never been built on, it's never had any deep diggings or anything on that, so the ground at one point was accepted as a building lot, and then somewhere down the line, it changed to now it's no longer a buildable lot under that criteria. The one thing to note on the footing design is it particularly says for undisturbed lot, as it has not been built on, it has not been dug on, it's natural. The code says that in certain areas, like we're not in a fault zone here, so they use letters for those I don't know, I lost the word that I need for that, but in Lompoc, we're not in a flood zone. We're on the California map, and so the footings design meets all that criteria. Now, I'm assuming at some time in the past that the city council or a building department or somebody had probably taken their time to consider this and to put it on the website as being available. Under the mission statement for the city, it says that basically we want to be pro-building, we want to help builders, we want to establish things, and we want to be friendly. And part of that is, well, there's another page to that that includes standard designs that are assumed to be acceptable. We have standard patio designs, we have standard footings designs for basic carports, so we have a lot of basic plans that you'll note on there that I copied the page of the city website that states what the mission is and states what that second page with all the listings are for. It also says in the code that under these circumstances, there is no liability to the city. This website has been used many places in this town. In fact, I spoke with the new secretary replacement of Vita, and she also told me that she had worked there before, and that yes, she was very familiar with this footings design, and that they have used it many times in the past. The undisturbed soils goes completely against doing over-excavating work. What it does is it says, it doesn't say it, but it does conclude that you're using a lot more cement. Basically, it is a two-story standard footing design, but you're using it for a single-story building. The building has certain criteria that it's allowed for. It says in the code, under 4,000 square feet, simple number 5 construction for either wood-sided or plaster-sided buildings. And the building that I built, I had ran into an old guy here in town many years ago. His name's Al Swanson. I don't know if any of you remember him or not. And he was the one that originally pointed out to me, he says, you're better off to go this way. And so that's where we went. We designed the building specifically for that situation. I have looked for buildable lots here in Lompoc, which there are very few left, that meet that criteria because I am an owner-builder. I'm not a contractor. I don't have lots of money. I do a lot of the work myself. And so during this process, I had gone into the city many, many, many times. The first time that I went in, we had a gentleman in there, I believe his name was Chuck. He was hired by JAS, and he lived in Bakersfield. And he was only here 3 days a week. So I was trying to work with him, but, you know, his schedule, and he stated to me that, he says, I really can't make a decision on this, that the city was trying to find a permanent replacement, and then came along Rafael Conejo. So as soon as I found out that Rafael was there, I went to him and I, sir, I'd like to utilize this footing design. I showed it to him, and he was in denial of it. He didn't want to accept it. He said he'd have to review it and look at it. And so I gave him a few days, and I went back, and then it was a few days more, and I went back, and it was kind of a continual thing over a period of time. And finally, one day, he told me, he says, well, if you can get a letter from the soils engineer stating that what you're telling me is true, that it is an undisturbed lot. And so I said, okay. So I went back to GSI Soils, and there's a copy of the letter in there. And Rick Amaro wrote a letter stating that he drilled, I ended up having a soils report done at the time, and he drilled where the building location is, and he made a statement to the city, or to me, it's in there a couple places, that it is an undisturbed lot. It's never been built on. There's no evidence of any of it. And so I dealt with Rafael for a while, back and forth. The city building official is stating that I don't have anything really official to offer, and part of that is true because I did not resubmit my plans until I could finalize these issues. And so I dropped the letter off, and an appeal letter basically that I had written to the city building department. At the time it would have been Raphael. And after that, then I got the letter from the soils engineer, and I took it back to Raphael, and Raphael looked at it, and well, he denied it again. He says, well, I'm going to have to turn it over to another department. So I waited for about a month, and I kept calling and trying to get a hold of this lady. I don't remember her name. I'd have to dig through a lot of paperwork to find it. But I finally got a hold of her, and she said, well, it's not my department to do that. That goes back to Raphael. And so I went back to Raphael. I say, Raphael, why are you sending me here and there? You got the letter that you wanted. And he says, well, I'm not prepared to make that decision. And I said, well, who is? And there was no answer given. And I was speaking with Vita during the time. She was very helpful. In fact, Raphael had asked Vita one day, well, where did this come from? And Vita had spoke around the corner from her little office. She said, it's on our website. And he said, oh, okay. So I left the paperwork with Raphael because he needed to review it more, is what he told me. So I went back a little while after that, and I ran into another gentleman there by the name of Al Johnson, who previously spoke before I am now. And he just refused straight out. He didn't want to consider anything. And I've had many conversations with him. In fact, the last one, before I left, he told me, he says, that you just want to argue. And, well, I mean, I just want to build a duplex. So pretty much that's where we're at right now with it. I have never received notification or letter of my application being expired. I have continually been working on this. I sent an email to the attorney about an hour and a half ago from the architect that's been working with me through this whole project. He as well has spoke with the city. You don't have a copy of that because unfortunately I don't have a printer, so I just had a forward email. That's Parnell Fear. He's the draftsman. And he stated that he's worked with Raphael through this process with no conclusion. And, well, there I am. I have been trying continually to get this project going. I have used this footings design before. The very first time that this issue came up was in 2003. I had submitted this duplex, and I was denied the footings design at that time as well. And so I asked for a, I believe it was called a district review board meeting. So all of the heads of the department came in and we discussed this. Several of them didn't have any comment because it didn't affect them. But the building official, I had a local man that has been working in this city for many, many years through the building department and different things. His name's Howdy Spicer. And, well, this was the first time that I had gone through any of this type of thing. So at the meeting, they were having a kind of a heated conversation over this. And so I excused Howdy, and I started speaking with the building official myself. And I told him, I said, sir, I am trying to use what's known as the oversized footing. So that conversation opened up to what it's for. And it was for my application. And I was approved right then and there at the meeting for that building project. And so I commenced to build the project. And it's standing sturdy and strong and firm as of this day. It's been built, I think, 15 years ago, 14 years ago. The area that I'm building on is not an area of critically expansive soils. And basically, the whole thing boils down to soil stabilization. And they rate that by what's called an EI index, which means expansion, expansive index, if the soils grow, compress, and things like that. And they place a number on that. They have what's considered basically none from 0 to 20. And then 20, or 0 to 25, 25 to 50, and that. Mine is 42, so mine's low, expansive. After Raphael left, I was still going with this, and Raphael had my paperwork, and the city hired another building official, and I don't know what his last name is, but his first name was Michael, and he was from Contra Costa County. And I used Tower Property Management Company here in town as my manager. And I got a call from Laura. I don't know if any of you know her, but she called me and said, Gary, we're hearing that the city council has changed, or not city council, the building department is undergoing some changes right now, and that we have hired a building official who seems to be a little more, I don't know if I'd use the word friendly, or you know, a little more understanding perhaps, or a little more willing to consider, you know, other alternatives that are available. And one of those alternatives was the footing design. When I went to him, he pulled out my paperwork from his desk. He had it, was buried from Raphael. And he looked at it and said that it was very wrong, the decision that was made, and that he was willing to change that. And so he asked me if I could get a little more information about the soils, and I suggested that he go and look at the project too. And I believe that there was an inspector named Dave at that time, so him and Dave went to look at this project, where it was at. Now, on this block and this area, we see that the sidewalks aren't broken and cracked up. The alleys are all nice. They're not tore up. There's a two-story building next to me that appears to be straight level. I put levels on it. I've checked everything, you know. He also went and checked that. And he said, come back next Thursday. So it was a few days later. So I went back, and he said yes. He says, but what I'd like for you to do is remove a couple inches of the topsoil and add some water to it. I said, okay. So I hired another company called Pacific Soils out of Santa Barbara. And I got a soil curve and some different things like that, so at least I would know what I was doing. I'm trying to educate myself going through this as well. And I gave that information to him, and he said yes. So I'm out now, and I'm getting permits to get a water or a fire hydrant, you know, so I can put some water on it, and I can do these things like that. And so, well, just before, after spending a little money, a few $100s to get to that level, I decided, well, you know, it probably would be smart for me to go back to the city just to make sure before I start doing other work. I went back to the city, and I found out that Michael was no longer there, and we had another gentleman there named Al Johnson, who was previously speaking to me, and he pretty much said no to everything. And I have dealt with him, I'm going to guess, 8 times in the last year and a half, whatever, how long he's been there, not sure. And I get nowhere with him. It's just straight out no. There's no, would you please consider this or that? Nope. Nope, there's not, nope. He is not willing to bend. He has an idea that the code is the code and that's all there is to it, which I beg to differ with him because the code has exceptions. Part of the exceptions you have a copy of now. The attorney has a copy of it now. It deals with expansive soils and geology reports and the fact that the city knows its soils better than anybody else, or at least it should. And it states in there that soils reports aren't necessarily required if you have one from here, and I'm going to build here, and there's no changes. I mean, we all know what this valley is. We know there are some bad areas, and we know that there's not. I happen to be in an area that's not bad. And so that's where I'm at with it. And the sad part of it is I went through some pretty serious illness through this too. So I've had to deal with 5 surgeries. I had a tooth that went into my sinus infection, and it went as far as it was bad. So it did hinder me, or I would have been here a long time ago fighting this. I wouldn't have let it go on. I've tried so many times to work it out with the city to try to avoid this. We don't need to be wasting our time. You guys have enough to do already without these things. These things should be handled at the building department, I believe. I believe that we need to have somebody in the building department that is more local, that understands these things, that should know these things. The code even says that the city building official should know the areas, should know the soils, and that's part of why soils reports are not required in some instances. Backing up to the beginning of this, like I said, I went to the building department, and I mean, I own property here in town, other rental property, and I approached it like, hey, I'd like to build this duplex. What do I need to do? Can I please speak with all the heads of the department, which I've kind of done that all the time. And at that point in time, it was yes, 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 yes. And then I got plan checks back about panels, electrical panels, which I already have 2 100 amp service panels on my building. And they were telling me you need to put 2 100 amp service. I said, well, it's already there. You just didn't see it, or it wasn't notated right, or whatever. So things like that make me wonder why. You know, why would you be in a situation, a city, where you're, you know, paying somebody by the hour to do your plan checks? It just seems like it would be some sort of a conflict that the company that's getting paid by the hour somewhere else would come up with anything and everything that they think they can, because it's all billable hours. I paid an application fee when I first originally started this project, and after the denials, and it actually took quite a while too. I was very surprised. I got a bill from Lompoc for $844, and I thought, well, what in the world's that for? I mean, somebody's now saying that I went in and I got an application, I submitted it, and I got back a plan check, and I didn't do anything from there. I'm kind of questioning, well, how can you say I didn't do anything from there, but yet, you know, you're sending me another bill for $844?
Mr. Holsey?
Yes.
I want to respectfully say that I think that you have made your points for your appeal to the council, and we need to allow the council to ask questions to staff, ask questions to you, and then let them make their decision for you.
Yes, sir. Okay, so that's it.
Councilmember Cordova.
My questions are going to be for Mr. Johnson, but I do appreciate the project that you're trying to bring forth. I do think it is something that is needed, and,
Yes, thank you.
the prior development that you did was actually in 2003. It wasn't just a couple years ago.
Yes.
And I have read, and I do see that there are some items on our website that would lead you to believe that. But I don't think that the issue here is whether the issue we're discussing tonight wouldn't be on the footings. It would really be on the fact that the expiration or the application or your current, you know, application expired. And so that's really the topic that I'll have to focus on. However, I do want to ask you, did you receive the plan check corrections on August 8th, dated August 8th of 2016? Did you receive those?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you have any response after that to the city
Yes, I
department?
did.
Okay, because I don't see any of that in here after the August 8th, so I just wanted to ask that.
I did, yes.
Okay.
But I did not return my plans because, like I said, in order for me to save money, I was hoping to get everything handled at once because I did not want to lose the fact that I'm using this footings design, and that was the main issue.
Okay.
And so I have been working on that design since then, as I explained.
Okay, and my following questions will be to our city official.
Okay? So should I sit down now?
Please take a seat, and if we have any additional questions for you, we'll ask you back to the
Okay,
podium.
thank you.
Sure.
And Mr. Johnson, I do see that in the staff notes, it says that his application expired on February 6th of 2017, and that a letter was sent out on December 13th. What was the reason why the letter took so long if his application expired in February, and why did we send a notice in December?
Well, generally, we don't get to them right away. It's just due to staffing, actually.
Okay.
There's only one person. Their duties include running the counter and then trying to do everything, the administrative side of it, as time permits.
Okay, and is there a standard procedure for the time frame of which we're required as a city to respond once an application expires, or to send out that notice?
Not that I'm
There's no
aware
written
of.
procedure, okay. And then I noticed that notice was also not attached to the city report. Do we have a copy of that notice?
We actually did look for it, and I did not have a copy of it. But again, the expiration is something that is on just about all of our documents.
Right.
As far as the letter, again, I was not here during most of that process, but Vita was actually very good about sending out our expiration letters.
Okay. And then I do understand that there was a lot of changes in those years within our counter and our building officials and whatnot. When I read I read the entire report, but even when I looked at the documentation that was submitted by JAS, which was that August 8th plan check corrections, I was a little uneasy because the corrections listed seemed, in my opinion, to be incorrect. Obviously, I can't give you a page number, but it's listed on notes required on the plans. It says that the fire sprinkler plans stamped approved by the Orange County Fire Authority shall be provided at the site at time of framing inspection. So I'm not sure why they would have been citing Orange County when it was in Lompoc, and so that would lead me to believe that maybe there was errors or they weren't properly managing this particular, I don't know. I don't know if anybody read that.
Generally in the plan check process, they use a standard template. They cut and paste their corrections. Just due to the many different jurisdictions that different agencies work for, it's very easy to overlook a standard correction that would be, it could have been, the fire sprinklers would be required in just about every county in the state. So if they were just using their generic template, it would have been very easy to overlook Orange County instead of Lompoc Fire Department.
Okay, I'll let somebody else.
Councilmember Vega.
Oh, we're in an impasse right now because, and we have a situation where we have an expired permit or a plan check process, and I understand that. It sounds like the applicant, is being asked to resubmit under the current building code, or has he been asked to do that, or has he just been told no?
The conversations that we had at the counter was that he needed to resubmit his plans. So again, as I understood the scenario, it was that the plans that were submitted and approved were done on a prior code, and his application started on the 2013 code when he submitted in 2016. Since then, that code has expired. And one of the things that is real important to understand here is there are always exceptions, as he said, to the case, but one of the governing factors here is that in seismic zone D, which is where the city of Lompoc is located, soils reports are required per the building code for seismic zone D for all applications.
What kind of cost was he looking at, Al? Are you, if you could give me a ballpark
for a soils report,
soils
I
report, sir.
think they're about. Well, Ann is saying that he already has one, so I don't know if he does or not, but they're usually $350 to $500, I think.
I think we're just, we're here in an appeal, and I'm trying to understand where we're at here. It sounds like where it's expired. It has to be to the new building code. It sounds like we're at an impasse here, so I'm wondering what are we doing here?
Well, as I said, we're trying to appeal a decision that hasn't been made yet. I didn't understand why this went to an appeal to the council. It's a pretty straightforward process as far as we're concerned. The plan check process, we try to keep the plan check process straight across the board for all applicants. We try not to make exceptions for certain people. We try to make sure that we're doing everything the same across the board. We hire consultants. We're using Ann as a licensed professional engineer, a certified building official, and a certified plans examiner. We're trying to use people that are knowledgeable so that we don't run into these situations where they think that somebody that isn't qualified to do the job check their plans. I've been doing plan check for 35 years. These things are very, very straightforward. And right now, the city of Lompoc is doing plan check faster than any city in the area that I know of. And we're very consistent. So there have been some conversations at the counter where we've said, you need to submit your plans. We'll look at them. The site, there is a design, there was a design. I don't know if it's been taken down or not. I don't know where this footing that he's designed came from. Usually when you have a standard design, it's not really for a new single-family dwelling. It's for additions that are limited to certain square footages. So if he was to submit his plans with a soils report, we could have this done in probably a period of about 3 weeks. I don't know why we've taken this before we have a building permit and he's appealing a decision. We don't have a project.
I think some of this, with a project that has gone through so many hands and so many people, is part of the issue, and timing is also something else. We've hired a building official. We brought in somebody that knows all the rules and regulations, but how do we patch this up and fix this?
Have them submit the plans. We'll
I mean, one of the questions that I'd like to be, it's on the city website. I've looked at it, that foundation plan. Is it valid and legal, and is it, you said it's not for a single family, okay, or is it, or what, okay?
I'm not saying it's not for a single family, but usually something where it is a standard design that it's the basis of your soils report is going to give you the design of the footing in the seismic zone based on the soil, and that's what everybody that did the original plan check asked for. And usually in areas like Lompoc, it's a pretty straightforward where you're going to be using continuous footings that are deeper, wider, and use grade beams, and it's not an overly complicated process. We look at the soils report. The soils report will give you your footing sizes based on the type of soil that you have, and we move forward from there. It's a very, very simple process.
Councilmember Vega, Mayor Osborne, I did want to point out there is a document that was submitted as part of the appeals package. It's identified as a daily field report. It's the one document that's sideways in the package. The line that I wanted to call your attention to says the existing site conditions at the time of our exploratory borings on 8/25/2016. This soils company, GSI Soils, has indicated that shortly after those comments were received in August of 2016, a soils company was on the site and did do borings. Skipping a sentence, the next line says, as stated in the project soils report dated September 16, 2016. To me, that document clearly states that a soils report was prepared, the proper investigation was done, and that is the document that we've asked to have provided as part of the documents to support the new construction. As Mr. Johnson said, in that document, the professional engineer who prepared that document will make his recommendations for the appropriate footing based on the actual soil found at the site. That is the information that's necessary to complete the design of the project and complete the project.
So the rest of the report with the recommendation from the soils engineer is what you guys are asking for?
We asked for the soils report, and that's what we're waiting for.
As did the Public Works Department. Because the Public Works Department would have been reviewing the grading plan for the building department. So both JAS and the Public Works were asking for the same soils report.
Thank you very much. Those are good responses. I'd be curious to know if this Mr. Halsey has a response to that, other than you just want a certain foundation design, but sometimes you always don't get what you want. Sometimes, so I'm wondering where the flexibility is on your part and if that's been an issue. As far as your submission and allowing, you're dealing with an expired, it's expired and hasn't been reinstated. So as they have stated, Mr. Halsey, I'd love to hear a response and a rebuttal to say, hey, okay, can you provide them with a complete soils report? But
Absolutely. Please return to the podium to answer that question.
So what we're really talking about here is the difference between excavating the lot and digging out 4 to 5 feet of dirt and hauling in non-expansive material. That's what this is all about. The footings design that I'm speaking of does not require that, because it has been designed as an oversized footing that meets a certain criteria. If the building meets that criteria, you should be able to use the footings design that's on the website. If you'll notice on that footing design, it specifically says for undisturbed soils, which means that the soils have not been dug, there has not been a house on it or footings, and it has not been disturbed. It is undisturbed. So, and if you use that footing design and you dig down 4 or 5 feet in the soils, then there is no use for that footings design. That footings design was established for a purpose. Maybe people like me that do their own work, I do a lot of my own work, you know, I don't necessarily get involved in dirt work. It's a savings of money to the builder. And that's really the bottom line.
I have a question here, so we can fast forward this, because I think we want to get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
Which it says here, what happens is you have a full soils report with a recommended footing design. Was that provided to the soils people as an option? Or is this something, because it's a cost saving, which, hey, you sound very knowledgeable, but you heard what the building official said. They wanted to go with the recommended footing design because of the seismic area in that, regardless if it was undisturbed.
To answer that question perfectly, it boils down to liability. And as stated in the code under these soils reports, with the exception that he admitted there was an exception to these, it specifically says that there is no liability to the city. I'm taking the liability. My insurance company's taking the liability. I'm building this with about 15 extra yards of concrete. The footings design from the soils engineer is less than this design that that the city has offered. And the reason for that is somebody at some point in time has taken into consideration what the soils are. There's different classifications of soils. The classification of soil that I have has a 1,500-pound load-bearing capacity. My building's in the 900 range. So it saves me from having to do over-excavation work, which saves water, because it takes a tremendous amount of water to condition the soils. It saves the dust, dirt, and debris that comes along with that. I'm dealing with a 50-foot wide, 140-foot deep lot, which is not even a legal lot, really. It's called legal non-conforming. It's some of the old lots in Lompoc here where you guys had some 25 by 140s and they grouped them together. Well, this is a 50 by 140. A standard legal lot here in the city of Lompoc is a minimum of 60 feet wide. That's a pretty small area to get in there and do a lot of dirt work. We got tractors, we got trucks, we got a small alley in the back to deal with. We're working in tight quarters. That's another reasonable explanation for utilizing these types of footings is, you know, the environmental impact that takes place in something like this. You know, you're trucking all the way back and forth across town and you're going through all this work and all these things, so.
So again, I guess my question is, you do have a full soils report?
I do have a soils report.
That you could submit to the building department?
I did not submit it to the building department. I did show it to Raphael at one point in time.
But you could submit it if you had to resubmit your full package, correct?
Yes, of course I could go give it to him, absolutely.
Well, I'm just following their lead by saying,
Sure,
hey, if
I
you were
get
to
what you're
provide
saying.
that for them with a new application.
Well, what do I submit it under? The 2000, my permit from then, or what? I had a conversation with Al as he was stating our last conversation, where he was saying, and that was the first time after this many time that I was told to resubmit to different building code. And I asked the question then, probably 5 or 6 times to Mr. Johnson, will I be able to use the existing footing design that is now on the city's website? There was a time that, I'm going to guess probably a few months back, where all of a sudden the footings design was pulled off the website. I went to the city building department then and asked if Al had did it. He said no, it was gone. It's real strange that when I came to the city council meeting, when I first started this a few weeks ago, the following Monday, I had pulled up the website and it was back on there. I had mentioned that to Jeff. He didn't know why, and I don't know why either. But it was just kind of funny that it was gone and now it's there. I don't know what happened with that. Somebody in the city pulled it.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, you know your project. You've been
Yes,
going
sir.
through some drama and trauma. I'm not
Yes,
the
sir.
building official, so I'm not sure. It sounds like with an expired permit, just between us here,
And I was told that my
you'd have to
permit,
go through the current building code, you know, but that's not my call.
yeah, I was told my permit wouldn't expire as long as I was working on it ongoing. I believe that that was even mentioned to me recently by somebody in this room, that, well, if you're working on it still, and part of that has some dates. I think one of them signed by Al. I believe that he probably picked that up from the city that was left with, originally probably left for Raphael, that got transferred over to Michael. And nobody in the building department that I've talked to seems to know who Michael is.
Gotcha.
I think he was there for about 3 months, poor guy. But anyway, and and I got that, come see, the note on there says, to come see me on this, and I believe that it's signed by Al.
Thank you, Mr. Halsey. I want to hear from Al now, if it's okay.
Okay,
if
thank
we
you.
can. Thank the council.
So basically, what the building code says is that your permit will stay valid as long as you are making progress. He does not have a building permit. So the plan check can't possibly stay active forever because the code cycles change. Generally, there's a sunset clause that is adopted, and let's just say the code changes on January 1st of 2020. Everything that was submitted prior to December 31st would stay under that code, and let's say you were doing a tract of homes, you may allow them to do an additional phase under that, but you would have a sunset clause. You would not allow those plan checks to continue if they had been previously approved. And all you were looking at is maybe cardinal direction or lot lines, stuff like that. But in Mr. Halsey's case, he doesn't have a permit. So I can't tell him that his permit is going to stay good if we don't have a permit. Again, if he would just submit his plans so that we could look at the design. I've never even seen his plans. So he's asking us to approve footings for the design of a building that we've never seen the plans on, for a website footing that nobody really knows where it came from. As far as it disappearing, I had nothing to do with that. If anybody knows my technology abilities, they would be laughing at me taking something from the website down.
Thanks, Al. Just one final question. He did mention that there were different, there's been different people in and out of the building department, and I know that's out of your control. Could something have slipped through the cracks there as far as any notifications to him regarding the fact that his permit expired? I mean, I'm looking for something other than pointing the finger at anybody. I'm just looking through the actual what happened here because of the change-up of employees and notification.
According to Vita, she worked for 13 building officials in 4 years. Are you asking if something could have slipped through the cracks?
And that's what we're looking for. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Cordova.
So my final thoughts on this are just that, again, I don't think it's a footings issue for the council. I don't think that's for us to decide. I don't think we're plan checkers, and we are not building officials, nor do we understand construction. I do know that the information was on the website because I pulled it up today, so I do know that that information is there, and I do fully understand that part of the development. What I think also needs to be considered is that there is a possibility that maybe perhaps in an effort of saving cost or whatnot, the response, I think, can be shared and said that maybe the response wasn't there, the submittals weren't there of what the city was asking for. That may have caused it to also lapse. I'm not sure. I'm just kind of gathering that from all the information that's being presented tonight, that there's a chance also that there may have been some errors and some changes within our city officials, but I'm also gathering that you had a lot of questions, but there wasn't a whole lot of concrete submittals and actual follow through to get you to that point of where you had an actual application approved. And so that's just my comments on that.
Councilmember Starbuck, and then we'll go to public comment.
A couple of things. Obviously, looks like Mr. Halsey's going to have to submit plans. I think the resolve should be prior to that. Obviously, the footing issue, it seems like the biggest concern. What I'm concerned with more is what I'm hearing about the non-responsiveness at the counter. I'll leave that at it is. We always hear the word infill. Oh, we don't want to expand. We need infill. The only homes built in Lompoc last year, one, was an infill project, and the applicant and the guy that completed that project swore he would never do this again in the city. This could possibly be the only thing we build in 2019 at the rate we do things here. Looks like we try, and I hear all the excuses, but in the big scheme, it seems as though we kind of failed. We did the building official shuffle. You just admitted it. Mr. Halsey's animated it. So when the building official shuffle happens, the city fails. We fail. And we have created, I'm going to consider it a citizen victim here. We need to do better. We need to hold their hand. This waiting a week or two and coming back, and then I don't know why I have this paper is unsatisfactory. At this point, I'm almost ready to ask the attorney, Mr. Troop, what is the fix on this? What do you recommend we do here as a council?
Well, Mayor and council, the one thing we did during the budget cycle was to have permanent staff. I think in certain times, contractual people might be a benefit, but as we've seen, at least from the stories, it is a detriment to the city to not have permanent staff in key areas. And the building safety area is one of those key areas. I'm glad, we have Al as permanent. We're working on a permanent inspector. We're also now working on a permanent plan checker. When you get people in there like that, they buy into the city. They become part of the city. They know the city. They'll learn everything they need to do. It is an issue when you do have contractual that they can come and go. We're on different inspectors right now. We had Brian, now we got Eric, and could be someone else next week. So it's tough to get somebody in here that is knowing the city and doing it. So I think the first step was what the council did, and that was to allow us to hire 2 full-time people for the building department, which will then allow us to be much more in sync with what's going on. So that's the first step. I don't know. I think you said city attorney too.
Well, you guys sit together, so I figured
okay.
it would be fair.
No, I just, that is the big one. That was one of the things when I first got here, was to see that we did have contractual building officials and checkers. That's something, it's very, very difficult for a city to be successful.
It almost seems as though we need an ombudsman approach. I cannot tell you how many times I hear of our failures. It's just common. I met with Mr. Halsey months and months and months ago, and it's kind of like not my pay grade, so to speak.
The only time I would say a contractual would be, let's say we have a full staff right now, and we get Burton Ranch going, and we get the Bailey Corridor going. Then what we could look at is you then bring in the contractual additional people necessary to fill that period of time. So you're not constantly staffing up, and now you're done. What do you do? So you have the minimum low level that you need, and then we would look at maybe some contractual. But I think what you all did is the best step forward right now.
Well, what's Mr. Halsey's remedy here? We built a couple of new commercial buildings. We've built 1 residential last year. There's really, here's a guy that's been working on it. Maybe he hasn't been the most smooth or done everything exactly right, but it appears as though he's making a big effort to do it, and here we are now going, it's his fault. What can we do to fix it? What can we do to help Mr. Halsey? What can we do to fix this process?
I think what I'm hearing is, one, if we can get all the documentation, so from the soil reports to the plan, so we make sure, at least the way I understood it, was to see the whole plan. So we see what the footings are, but what's going above the footings, how is it going to look, so you can make sure everything is built properly. So I think those are the first couple items that the building official is going to need to make sure everything syncs up as it should.
Thank you. I will now open it for public comment so that we can finish this discussion. You have had your time, Mr. Halsey. Thank you.
So I'm very sensitive to what you've been through. We've all been through the building official shuffle. Is that what you called it? In listening to all of this, the one compromise, I'm not sure it's legal, but would be to allow him to reopen his plan check, whatever the appropriate name is, and then he can go submit all the stuff under the existing protocol, which perhaps could put him back in the 2013 instead of the 2020 or wherever he's heading. So, in just looking at what's going on. He's got to go submit all the stuff. We have to get the footing right. But we could say, you don't have to start over, just get the stuff we need in. So that would be my.
I'd just like to make a couple comments here in listening to our city officials. One of the comments here was that we're approving faster than any city around, but that seems contradictory to what this gentleman's experienced. A city official comes up here and shrugs the shoulders and goes, I don't know. I hadn't even looked at the project. It seems kind of disingenuous to have appeal on an agenda and not come prepared for it. And that, you know, these are the key people in town trying to build stuff. He's trying to build new residents when we need them. He's trying to work with the city officials, amateur or professional or not. If we allow for these things, we have to hold that consistent approach across the board. And it's just, again, to hear that we're going to be, maybe we'll get Bailey and maybe we'll throw more people at this, when this is what we're dealing with every day. It's got to change, because I've heard this guy speak to great lengths, probably for over 50 minutes plus just this year. I feel like I know him quite well. And now I'm curious what his lot looks like and what's undisturbed soils, but I feel more prepared than what our official came up here. And I think that's disingenuous to you. I think it's disingenuous to him and everybody in this town that sits and pays for those tax dollars to go into a paycheck for a gentleman that drives out of town. Maybe he needs to drive by the project and become intimate with it.
I've built a few things in town, and I live here. And in response to how we could do something, Councilman Starbuck, I've built many places in Southern California, and the rapport between the community, the building community, and the citizens is usually a cordial one and a respectful one in most cities. I have not experienced that here. So I think it can change and become more like a normal city where it's very cordial and respectful. And so I think the way to do that, to help out, is to have a few measures. You know, you give us a piece of paper, we give it back to you in 5 days. We give you another piece of paper, maybe take 10 days. So there's key steps in the planning and the building process. And, you know, when projects go a long time, many times the city might get the piece of paper, hand it back in 10 days, and then the developer might wait 3 years, okay? And so that happens, and that shouldn't make the person unhappy if he can't get around to his stuff in 3 years. But it's nice to go into a city, especially one that you're concerned about building here, because if you ask a few people, they're like, be careful. So if there were some standards, and then at the end, a customer satisfaction survey, okay? And then I went through the process. Most people say, you know, it was okay, it was this or was that. You're gonna get good feedback. And then some adult supervision can look at that and throw away, like a lot of Yelp reviews you would get, and it's like, they didn't bring me a napkin. Okay, well, we're not gonna take that. But if there's some really core, consistent problems, you would see that in these surveys that come back. And then I think that would be helpful to start to groom this critical part of the city into something that is more like many other cities, and it's a respected, value-added process, because the fees here are not very bad. Their fees here are not super high. So it's really the turnaround times. And also, as someone mentioned, the amount of planning notes and plan checks, sometimes it feels like we're being churned by an outside contractor trying to make a lot of money. So I think bringing that into the city is going to be good. So Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, members of the public. I think that what Mr. Steve Bridge said is a good idea. I think that perhaps the gentleman, the appellant, shouldn't necessarily get a pass, but maybe we could help him by assisting him and putting him back on the track so that he can move forward. I'd also like to bring to your attention the fact that we live next to Vandenberg Air Force Base, which everyone in here knows is under consideration for headquartering new military programs and departments. And you need to take into consideration that you've identified several times that there's problems with going through building, going through applications, going through permits and so forth. There's always, as you say, Councilmember Starbuck, we hear about problems all the time. We've had several appeals of decisions that have been made in this building happen here in the last few months because of problems that exist. And so my question to you is this: if Space Command comes here, if Vandenberg expands, if people are going to be moving here, what is this city going to do in order to meet the requirements that are going to be needed for housing, the number of businesses that are going to come in here as a result of the growth that's going to happen in Vandenberg? There's talk about private companies coming from the space industry, new companies like SpaceX that are rivals to SpaceX and ULA, other companies that are coming. We're in talks of building a space center up here at the Y. So we're going to be having growth come here, whether we want it or not. It's coming. And what is the city going to do to address these concerns? Because so far, the only thing that happens is it gets brought up here in the council chambers, it gets identified that there's a problem, and nothing ever comes after that. We only talk about it, and there's no action. And I think that's unacceptable, and I think that we have a problem of accountability here in the city. And it's been brought up several times. I've brought it up concerning cannabis. I've brought it up with other concerns, as has other citizens and other people that are in the city. This is a problem, and it needs to be addressed if we want to truly have a chance to grow appropriately, to grow with the right things in mind. I understand that there's rules, there's regulations, there's things, processes and ways to go, but there's ways that we can go about it where, Councilman Sorbick, as you say, we can hold someone's hand and help them, or we can go into a room and pass a document around and ask, what can we do to make this harder? We need to make a decision on what we're going to do.
Thank you.
My name is Morris Subani, member of the council, mayor. I have been listening to this conversation tonight, and I'm trying to figure out why these type of appeals should come to the city council and spend hours of their pressure. It's in case my own appeal. I think you should consider having a board, architect, engineer, somebody who's experienced in this thing could make a better decision instead of taking the council's time and put you in the spot. So I suggest have an appeal board established that the city administrator could take care of this thing instead of coming to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we will close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. First, Mr. Halsey, our apologies. It is very difficult to deal with multiple contractual individuals and not have consistent messaging. So we have learned that lesson and are moving forward on correcting that by hopefully having full-time staff that are dedicated to our community and best understand our community. At the same time, we are a pass-through agency for state building code. And every time that changes, we are required to enforce that building code. So while I am sad and disappointed that your process did not result in a permit under the 2013 building code, It is unfortunate, but we are now required to build under the 2016 building code. So I'm going to make a recommendation that, unfortunately, due to the time expiration and that fact that it didn't reach a permit process, that we need to deny your appeal, but ask you to start the process by submitting everything to the city and starting forward on it. It sounds like you have done all the work and have all the documentation. And I apologize that that might occur, but we do have a legal responsibility to follow the 2016 code. I'm going to ask the city attorney for clarification. Is there legal parameter for us to step back to a prior code without an actual permit in place?
As the lawyer here at the meeting, I have the duty to tell you what is legal and what is not legal, and unfortunately, sometimes the news is not good. We cannot take an application that was filed in 2016 that has expired and reinstate it and allow something to be built that is compliant with an old building code.
Thank you. So unfortunately, that is the legal standings for this. So my recommendation is to deny the appellant with the request that you resubmit and start the process. Our planning and building department are very eager to help you and make sure it's done appropriately and as cost-saving as possible. They have heard that message, and I believe our community gets that. So that's my recommendation. Due to the discussion, I'm sorry. I'm not sure whether Mr. Starbuck or Ms. Cordova pushed their button first, so thank you. Ms. Cordova, you have the floor.
So I do agree that I think our processes need to change, and I've said that. I feel like I say that on every meeting, that we need to get to the root of our issues and start fixing that. However, that was a question that I was going to ask the city attorney, whether council even has the authority to legally allow for a project to be built on such, older codes. And so the answer has already been given. Can perhaps the compromise be the acceptance of the footings based on the non-disturbed soils and then allow him to move forward from there?
That's something that would be analyzed by the building department when he submits his new plans. And if he's unhappy with the building department's decision under the current building code on those new plans, then he has every right to appeal that decision again to the council. But what we're dealing with right now is a decision that was made in 2016 about an application that's already expired. So really, we shouldn't decide right now whether what he submits next week or next month as a new application is appropriate or compliant or not if the building department hasn't even had a chance to look at it yet.
Okay, and yeah, I will add to that if the application expired in February of 2017, and it was notified in December of 2017, we should have heard from you a lot sooner. An appeal request should have been requested.
I'm sorry. We are now at council discussion. I apologize, but this is council discussion, so thank you. We've moved on to a motion that's on the floor, and we are in the process of debating that motion and to make a final decision. So the answer is no. Councilmember Starbuck.
I think Victor had.
Oh, you were next, and then
Okay,
Councilmember Vega.
One of the questions I have here is when I'm reading the staff report, it says denied the appellate's request to use a substandard footing design, but yet it shows as a legal footing design on our site in the building department. What are we trying to do here? We're saying you can use it on the website, but you want us to deny the request for Mr. Halsey to use it.
I can't speak to what's on the website and if what's on the website is compliant with the building code.
It's in the attachments.
I think the other component of that is, yes, that's a footing design, but that footing design, we need to know what's going on top of it. So, of course, you can...
I'm just saying, it says here, I don't care about all that. You want me to deny a footing design. You don't know what's going on top of it either.
Exactly. So what we were asking was we were responding to what the appellant's request was and saying deny his request at this point. So,
Well, that could be interpreted later on where you want him to excavate 4 foot on this whole lot.
we don't know what he'll be required to do until we get an
But I
application
just
with a
saying later on,
project.
I don't want it to come back on, well, the council said that you can't use this footing design.
The way that we can frame the council's motion can be so that the council's not making a decision about the footing design at all.
Well, we're going to have to make a very specific motion because following staff's recommendation is wrong.
I agree that you will need to make a specific motion to excise that out of the motion, yes.
I am happy to make that adjustment. Councilmember Vega.
For the sake of Mr. Halsey and for clarity here, I need to ask one more time, and I know what your answer is going to be, but I'm going to say, is it impossible or is it possible to reopen the plan check section of this, as Mr. Bridge had mentioned over here as public comment? I understand you said with the expired process, it's not possible, but obviously there's some things that have happened. There's not a finger-pointing issue between current staff. It sounds like there's things that have slipped through the cracks. And notification, it's questionable, on the notifications. And what kind of service Mr. Halsey has probably had speaking to multiple individuals here. So again, that's why I wanted to ask a city attorney, is that process based on the fact that something could have slipped through the cracks?
I'm sorry, but it's just not possible to there's a reason that the state has these rules. It's so a project can't be in plan check and the applicant doesn't submit revised plans for years and years and years and years and years, and then something ends up getting built based on a building code that is decades old, and the state doesn't want that to happen, so therefore we cannot reinstate an application after it's expired.
And thank you. I'm doing this so Mr. Halsey knows that we're asking all the possible questions here, and we're on his side to a point as far as an owner-builder, but the process has expired, and so anyway, thank you.
So my adapted motion that's on the floor is that council deny the appellant's request to utilize the building code from 2013, not consider the footing design until application is submitted, but go through the new submitted process. Is that enough clarity for not setting precedent?
That's enough clarity for me, yes.
Okay, so I'm looking for a second on that. Councilmember Cordova.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 3-1 and 1 absent. Thank you. What? Absent. All right. Moving on to item number 9 and having Councilmember Mosby return. See staff. See staff. Item number 9 is consideration of the Planning Commission recommendations for approval of the comprehensive update to Title 17 zoning of the Lompoc Municipal Code, adoption of resolution number 625819, introduction of ordinance number 167019, and adoption of the addendum to the 2030 General Plan Environmental Impact Report. And we have our planning manager, Brian Halverson, for the presentation.
Mayor, members of the council, and the public, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the item before we get started on a presentation. I'm changing the format just a little bit tonight, just because I think hopefully it'll run a little smoother. Oh, it's pretty dark. And I just wanted to kind of explain that format before we dive into the actual presentation. At the last meeting, we did have some items, which is excellent, that the council met a consensus on. Those are 6 items that we'll just quickly go through. Then we're going to go ahead and summarize some recommendations. Those are partly Planning Commission recommendations and partly staff recommendations. But also, there's some key items where we just need a little more discussion. For example, I'll just throw one out, metal storage containers, and I think we'll have a speaker on that as well. Lastly, in order to just maybe catch up on some loose ends or maybe address sections of the code that we didn't have an opportunity or you didn't have an opportunity to discuss, we could go through the code section by section, or actually division by division, to make sure that there aren't any areas where we didn't have an opportunity to discuss. Now, that could take longer, but at the same time, if we need to do that, we're prepared tonight to go through each division. There's 7 divisions. Or we can go through the code issue by issue, which those issues are discussed and covered in your council report tonight, but I just wanted to give that opportunity for that structure of the meeting tonight as well. With that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Jennifer, and we'll get going.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Jen Doherty with Lisa Wise Consulting. Thank you, Brian. So as Brian mentioned, I will do a quick recap of those 6 consensus items from the last hearing at council. Now, those items weren't official consensus in terms of a motion and vote, so any items we talk about tonight will have to be addressed through a formal motion and vote. The first item of consensus was to delete the commercial office zone and rename a couple other zones. So deleting the CO zone would allow those existing CO zone properties to be rezoned as planned commercial development, or PCD, except for Cypress Court, which the council has addressed in a separate action. Also to rename the central business zone from C2 to CB, and rename the residential mobile home park zone from T to MH. Council also had consensus to repeal the Old Town Specific Plan and to make the necessary general plan amendments to repeal the specific plan. And the Old Town Specific Plan standards are incorporated into the zoning code update, primarily through the Old Town Commercial or OTC zone. Council also had consensus to delete Municipal Code 1028-150 related to mobile vending. The zoning code update incorporates mobile vending, both sidewalk and mobile vendors, consistent with state law. That would then supersede 1028-150, making that section unnecessary. The H Street overlay was a point of discussion at the last hearing, and just to recap on that, the overlay implements the general plan's H Street corridor infill area. And the purpose of that area is to create an economically vibrant and attractive pedestrian-friendly place where mixed uses are allowed. Now, the H Street overlay extends from the north end, north of Central, down to Chestnut Avenue, and is on both sides of H Street. Most of these properties, the vast majority, are zoned PCD, but at the southern end, there are some C2 or CB and mixed-use zone properties. Now, the big change here is that the H Street overlay would allow for residential uses in this area. So the council's consensus related to the H Street overlay was to require a CUP for the safe parking program, not a minor use permit, to allow parking in front of buildings, and with that, that would be eliminating the build-to requirement. That build-to requirement is a standard that would require portions of buildings to be built closer to H Street. And that standard is intended to implement the General Planned Land Use Element Measure 23. That measure actually requires that new development be placed with buildings adjacent to the street with parking behind.
So if we move forward with this adjustment, we would suggest modifying that measure so that it encourages buildings to be placed adjacent to 8th Street instead of required. Council also had consensus that non-conforming structures in the 8th Street overlay be allowed to be rebuilt as they exist if they are involuntarily destroyed. So if a fire burns down a non-conforming structure, it would be able to rebuild in its entirety as it exists. Also, council directed that in the resolution, staff incorporate that they would provide an informational letter when requested by property owners to explain nonconformities that may be created through the adoption of the zoning code update. Lastly, council had consensus to change the off-site parking standard to allow off-site parking that's only within 300 feet of a use. That is consistent with your current code, rather than the proposed 400 feet. So the off-site parking requirements based on this consensus item, if it moves forward, would be consistent with your current code that allows off-site parking within the same block or no farther than 300 feet from the use. With that, I'll move into the recommendations. There are 10 recommendation items. Those are the same 10 items we would like to discuss tonight. First, metal storage containers here. Planning Commission recommended to allow metal storage containers as a permitted use, permanent use of metal storage containers in the commercial and industrial zones, so the non-residential zones, and then allow temporary use storage containers in any other zone. And staff has included proposed standards in your packet. These were in your last packet, also in this packet, for what those metal storage containers could be subject to based on Commission's recommendations. Those include consistency, at least for permanent structures, permanent metal storage containers, architectural guidelines consistency, screening, a limit to the number, and accessory structure setbacks, among others. Again, these are in your packet. And on the temporary storage containers, the limit that they be allowed for 180 days per year. After further review, staff is recommending not including that temporary structures be subject to the accessory structure setback, just for those temporary cargo containers that staff found would not necessarily be reasonable. The staff report includes a recommendation to amend the architectural guidelines, section 1B, to be consistent with the applicability of design review that's described in the zoning code update. Specifically, the zoning code update has an exemption for new projects or additions that are under 2,500 square feet being exempt from architectural review if there is no exterior modification along the street of Ocean, 8th Street north of Cypress, or on Central. Now, staff is planning to comprehensively update the architectural guidelines after the adoption of the code update. The municipal code includes regulations for cannabis in Chapter 936. The recommendation here is to incorporate those locational standards that are in 936. For example, certain zones are allowed to have certain cannabis uses. Those cannabis uses have been moved into the land use tables into the zoning code update. So this is simply pulling those standards out of 936 and dropping them into the use tables in the zoning code. Therefore, we would not continue to include them in 936 to avoid duplication, potential redundancy. In terms of the H Street overlay uses, we presented this at the last hearing. Staff is recommending some minor revisions to the uses allowed in the H Street overlay to be more flexible, allow some additional uses in that overlay, considering that the overlay would supersede the use tables for the base zone. So for instance, the PCD zone, that is the majority of the H Street overlay. So specifically, those uses are listed here. They relate to items council has already given direction on, like cannabis, animal raising and keeping, but also incorporates residential uses that are allowed in the H Street overlay. So in the zoning code update now, these uses are not included in the H Street overlay. The proposed change is what staff is recommending to include. Some additional minor revisions for other uses are being recommended by staff. That includes to swap out the pharmacy use for dispensary use in the mixed-use zone. I believe the pharmacy use is actually a carryover from earlier cannabis regulations, so the effect here is intended to be not content or substantial, just to make sure we've got our uses consistent across the code. And then also to add dry cleaning processing as a permitted use in the central business zone, as there are some limitations to where dry cleaning processing can be located based on the general plan EIR mitigation measure that doesn't allow dry cleaning processing to be in those zones where you have a mix of residential and commercial. So if we can allow that in a central business, that just provides another location where that use can locate. Planning Commission recommended that the commission be allowed to issue a CUP, a conditional use permit, for uses that aren't explicitly listed in the use tables, subject to certain findings. Those findings are outlined in the staff report, summarized briefly here. We talked about them at the last presentation. This is a common approach throughout codes to accommodate reasonable flexibility, and staff recommends that the same flexibility be applied to the minor use permits as well as conditional use permits. Public comments provided by Mr. Lin have been included in your packets. Staff has reviewed those, discussed them with Mr. Lin, and identified by notations of change and no change how those comments are recommended to be incorporated into the code or not. Change would mean incorporated, no change not incorporated. We just want to make sure council gives us any direction whether to move forward with making those changes as recommended by staff or other direction. As we discussed at the last hearing, Planning Commission recommended that restaurants be allowed as a permitted use in the industrial zones, but large chain restaurants not be allowed. Previously, a minor use permit was included for restaurants in the industrial zones, and that was included to address potential conditions that might need to be necessary to address potentially undersized or inadequate utilities or infrastructure for those restaurants. So with removing that minor use permit and allowing those restaurants to be permitted, we think we could address those potential issues with dealing with infrastructure through just a notation of the use table that would be reviewed during building permit process. And since restaurants are recommended to be permitted, staff would also recommend that food service use also be permitted. Right now, that's listed in the industrial zones as a special use permit. In the wine ghetto, that's consistent with a relatively recent ordinance adopted by the city. The Planning Commission made a couple recommendations related to accessory uses in the industrial zone. First, the recommendation that wine tasting and associated marketing be included in the definition for accessory use. That has been done, that's in your red lines. Staff's recommendation is actually to move that into the definition of a winery purely for organizational clarity. And the second recommendation on this topic from the Commission is to allow accessory uses to comprise up to 49% of the gross floor area of a primary industrial use. For reference, the current code standards is 15%. And while the building and fire code still applies, zoning code update does not change the building and fire codes you were just talking about. But staff has provided 3 options for council to consider during discussion of this item. Again, these were in your staff report last hearing, in this staff report again. Option 1 is to align the zoning code with the building and fire code. That would be a limit of accessory uses, limiting accessory uses to 749 square feet or 10% of gross floor area. Option 2 would be to require additional review, such as a business tax certificate for accessory uses that exceed 10% of gross floor area. And the third, to keep with the Planning Commission's recommendation of the up to 49%. And finally, the special event overlay has been proposed to facilitate special events in your industrial zone. So industrial I and BP zones. The special event overlay would exempt small indoor events from obtaining a CUP. Now, those small events, as identified in the code, draft code, would be less than 749 square feet or 10% of gross building area. So those would not have to apply for a TUP. However, the special event overlay describes that the director may authorize more flexible permit procedures, such as an annual approval or other options to encourage special events in the industrial zones. Now, the overlay would prohibit special events from exceeding 72 hours and from exceeding approved occupant load. However, there is no limit to the number of special events that could occur. So with that, these are the 10 items that I've talked about in terms of recommendations, which we hope to cover in discussion tonight. We have these slides that we can pull up that I've discussed for each of these items to help facilitate the discussion and questions. And those are in the order we have listed here. So unless there's anything else from the council or from Mr. Halverson, I can move it over into our first item for discussion and open it up.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, a quick question. I'm not real clear on the parking. What is the parking on the H Street overlay again? What was the requirement?
In terms of off-site parking, that
Parking.
consensus item?
Parking.
So parking rates are based on the use. So
Okay,
we have
so that's what I wanted to bring up. The Old Town Specific Plan exempted people in that zone from providing parking. Now we're going to go ahead and pull the Old Town Specific Plan and require any development to have parking. So what I'm interpreting is the example I'll use, the Ruskowski building, which is not a building there anymore, is on the market for sale. So if somebody wants to come in and build the Ruskowski property, or Lovark, or whatever we'll refer to it as, they're going to be required to put parking in there based upon what they intend to build now. Is that correct?
based on the rates that are in the code, which does have exceptions for certain uses in the Old Town Commercial Zone, as well as alternatives for meeting parking
Yes or no?
requirements. Yes, they would have to meet the parking
Okay,
requirements.
so
in
what
the
we've
zoning
done
code
now is
update.
we've devalued this property, because when this property was put on the market, the Old Town Specific Plan was in effect. It allowed whoever buys it to build full footprint on this property. Now with this change, we're going to devalue this property based upon the requirement to pave part of it for parking, is what I'm understanding. True or false?
I believe, my understanding is that our parking regulations are no more restrictive. They should be more lenient than the regulations you have in place today. If I'm mistaken, I
So
would
the Old Town
love to
Specific
look
Plan
at that.
parking requirements are going to stay in effect for H Street.
Mayor, Councilmember.
I'm Starbuck.
Starbuck, yeah. So you're not going to lose anything, just in summary. So if that Ruskowski building was going to be rebuilt with the residential.
I'm just calling the property, the Lovark property. Let's refer to it as the Lovark property. It's on the market for sale now.
Right.
When it went on the market, it was under the Old Town Specific Plan. No parking was required. You
Right,
didn't
we're
have
not
to
taking
provide
that away.
any, now the plan's rescinded. We're putting it in an H Street overlay that's going to require parking.
Well, back up just a second. So do you want to talk about the 8th Street overlay or the Old Town specific plan that's going to be rescinded? Because those are two different areas and two
Yeah, they're
different
right.
parking
I'm going to say
requirements.
this is one of the biggest differences in it that is direct effect right now on the value of a piece of property in Old Town that's on the market for sale.
Okay, let me just clarify. So the Old Town were, if someone was to build a building in Old Town, unless it's lodging or residential, no parking requirement. So we're not taking that
So
away.
anything on H Street, because it's all going to be in that overlay now.
No, I have to step back and clarify. So the 8th Street overlay is different than the Old Town. Those are two different areas and two different parking regulations. The Old Town doesn't require parking unless it's lodging or residential. But the 8th Street overlay, it's
Where
just
does
like,
H Street overlay end?
well, we could put the map back
Please
up.
do.
It's also the very last page of the staff report. It's the bold outlined area.
There are no Old Town commercial zone properties in the H Street overlay.
Right.
I can't read that.
Okay, so here's the map. It's a little bit difficult. I wish I had that fancy little laser pointer, but it's a
Where's
black,
Ocean?
it's a black line, but it's hard to see. But basically at the very bottom of the page, that is the southern boundary of the H Street overlay, and that is not the Old Town area.
What street is that?
Starbuck.
Chestnut.
Chestnut.
Okay.
So that's where, thank you very much. That's where the Old Town starts. So parking in the H Street overlay is going, thank you very much. So right here, so this whole area, what we're calling the H Street overlay, which really is a carryover from changes to the general plan that was done like 5 years ago. That area is just business as usual, meaning it's the standard parking requirements. But 20 years ago, we passed the Old Town specific plan and they wanted to relax the standards. So no parking requirement unless it's residential or lodging. We're not taking that away with this.
That's still going to stay.
Correct.
But how are we going to define that now without the Old Town specific plan?
We just wrote it in to the plan, to the zoning code.
It's now called the Old Town Zone instead of
Correct.
Old Town specific plan.
So I want to emphasize that we didn't take that away. Just because we're proposing this evening to repeal that Old Town specific plan, that benefit, that parking benefit will still apply.
Well, and the zone still exists. It's just the
Correct.
particular document that's a separate document that you had to refer to will be repealed.
Correct.
And the new document of the zoning ordinance will have that information incorporated into it with some cleanup and some reduction of overlap.
Correct. And I guess, before I came to the city, there was some confusion where people felt like they were going back and forth between the specific plan and the zoning code. So we thought, one of the goals is to make it more user-friendly, more streamlined. Why don't we just embed or include that in the zoning code as opposed to having a separate document? So I hope that clarifies the question that Councilmember Starbuck had.
Okay, so the recommendation is to discuss 10 items that are listed here, get through those and see if we can make a recommendation to move forward on the zoning update, is my understanding from our consultant and staff. And the first item is metal storage containers. So are there any concerns over the recommendation on this item? Councilmember Mosby.
I don't know, Mr. Halverson, do you have this?
Yes, I have that in the staff
Put on the
report.
overhead?
Yes, I do. Actually, that's going to be in the big binders that we handed out. And so the draft staff recommendations are attachment 12. And then there's also comments from John Lynn as well. Did you want to look at attachment 12?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have a way of putting it up there?
We did not bring a slide for that particular handout.
Okay, does everybody have attachment 12?
No, I haven't.
We do have it summarized on the slide, but obviously the table that's in your staff report tonight is a little longer than that. That's just a summary.
I believe Stacy will get there by going to the city website and bringing up the agenda item under item 9, attachment 12, and be able to share that. Yes, it's item 12.
Okay, so the way I put notes down using this one, because I mean, if we keep changing between all these things, it's gonna be hard for me to keep up. But this is what we had worked on before, so I had notes relating to this. So what I had out here is where it says development standards, it says adhere to architectural guidelines. I put there paint to match. So right here, adhere to architectural guidelines, I put here paint to match, which is kind of what we do anyways if somebody has it. Adding in here as well, because we didn't qualify for open space or industrial zones. And what I'm looking to do is to try to make as much as already happening now allowed to continue to happen. Because there's probably 300 or 400 of these units around town. And Planning Commission, a number of meetings, we've had a lot of people come, and that was 10 meetings ago. We can't expect them to keep coming every meeting. But what I had also adding in here, be right under here, was added in for open space and industrial zones may have 5 per acre. And that kind of complies with a couple of the projects and stuff that's going on right now in the industrial zones, the way people are using them and such. What I got rid of this little bit right here, accepted residential zones. I said see below for residential requirements. Where I went in residential requirements, because we're already allowed to have a little outbuilding outside that's 120 square foot or less. So roughly, what I did is I got rid of the TUP for these, but you had a unit that was 14 foot or less or 120 square foot added right inside here. And plus you make it apply to accessory setbacks. So you can always go down to Home Depot and put a 120 square foot building in your backyard. So why not let the people who are using the metal containers as the building that you get at Home Depot? And then what I got rid of right here is this whole line here about the temporary component. So allowing the people, if they had them in their yard, as long as they kept them under already the square footage size that they're allowed to have, that they could use the metal containers. So that was a short addition to what staff's recommendations were.
Could I ask a quick question, Councilmember Mosby?
Yes.
Right now, the way it's called out, it says permanent containers allowed in all zones, so that would include the open space and industrial. It's just there's a call out for residential uses that go to the residential zones. But where there is something that was missed, and it's easy to do, is where you have sometimes commercial uses in or in a residential zone. A church is a great example. So we could address that. We could address commercial uses in residential zones. It's not extremely common, but the church in a residential zone is very common. And then the other thing I just wanted to clarify is we do have concerns, staff has concerns about allowing metal storage containers in residential districts, and I just wanted to kind of explain that real quickly. Now, typically, people do buy sheds, and they put their tools and things like that, but without a code enforcement division, without any code enforcement oversight, staff is concerned that people are going to run businesses out of those, and people may even try to carve out windows and doors and live in them. They're also not maybe the best to look at in your backyard for neighbors. So I would urge you to be caution in allowing that in a residential zone, but I understand your request this evening.
And I know, Mr. Halverson, we talked about that, and that was kind of your personal belief that he didn't like, it's okay to go down and buy one at Home Depot. Now, those already have windows in them and already set up. Somebody may more have to live in one of those. But my deal is if they're already, it's a metal container, they're fireproof, and you're meeting these setbacks, allow the people to use the 120 square foot requirement. It's more of staff's personal belief about the unsightly component and other such, but I think it's about letting the people do what they're already doing, but have the size requirement as a component. What was the recommendation for the church? I missed that one. Because we need to do something for that, because I know there's a number of churches that are using these metal containers.
Yeah, basically, if the council believes that we should be allowing them in residential zones to have commercial uses, then we would just draft some wording to address that with basically the same standards, only with additional language that addresses those containers that are located on property being used commercially, but in a residential zone.
So adding that to what I already put in here, that would be my motion and recommendation.
So the only part that I disagree with is regarding the temporary use in the 180 days. I believe that language could be made for backyard structures that are the metal containers to be allowed, but often I myself have done it, have utilized a storage container dropped in front of the street in order to store a portion of my house while work was being done inside of it. And it had a temporary use permit requirement and a limitation because of the fact that it's not something you want sitting in a neighborhood in the streetway. And my opinion is that is actually what this is addressing. It's not necessarily just addressing backyard usage. It's actually addressing the use of it more for construction and home improvements and using it outside of what might be considered a backyard. And my question to Mr. Halverson is, doesn't our zoning actually have discussion of what can be in a backyard, what the offsets should be, and what the size limitations are? And that that already exists, doesn't it?
Correct, Mayor. We would essentially, if that's what the council wants, we would allow the accessory structure requirements, which is drafted in the code as you see it, which regulates how far it could be from property lines, how tall it can be, et cetera. And then, of course, there's building code that says when a building permit would kick in, although that's not part of the zoning code.
So I would argue that the residential zone that you're talking about regarding these metal containers is really about the very large metal containers that are utilized often for doing home construction or storage or big work being done for a very temporary time, not actually a backyard structure.
That's correct. That wasn't the intent. I mean, the key word is temporary.
Right.
So staff was trying to improve the look of the city and also try to prevent problems that could arise if the metal storage container is on the property permanently.
Okay, so I can agree with all the other recommendations Councilmember Mosby made. I would disagree with the residential recommendations for that reason and consider his recommendations be made to the accessory use in rear of the home more than what this is really addressing. Councilmember Cordova.
I would just like to see it modified so that it allows the churches to be able to have it, since a lot of the churches are in the residential areas.
Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, I asked for that to be added on, but again, going back, I can see Were you thinking this is the construction component is why you had it in here?
Well,
For residential?
the temporary nature of one in a residential zone is going to be, yes, a lot of times it's going to be either for construction or moving purposes. But it was kind of twofold. It was both to address that, so temporary, and then also to prevent those containers on residential property to staying for forever.
I still believe that if somebody has the option, if they buy one at Home Depot or they buy one of these metal units, I still think that they're going to put one in their backyard with the proper setbacks. The city staff should be the one determining whether you're buying a metal container that's painting to match, or whether you go down to Home Depot and buy a wood structure with windows in it. So I think you should still be allowed to put these in your backyard if that's the option that you want.
So I can agree to the backyard. It's the not eliminating the temporary 180 days were associated with home improvements and moving. I think that needs to stay in there.
And I'd be willing to put that back as well.
Okay.
So adding that and that.
Okay.
Okay?
Councilmember Cordova?
Would it be possible for churches to have a CUP instead of a TUP, since they would be using it more as a long-term?
I think we could make it the use component already just permitted, allowed in that.
But it says TUP.
That's correct. No, what we would do is allow it to be permanent for those churches that are in residential zones. It wouldn't be a TUP. The only thing the TUP was really addressing was the residential use. But real quickly, just to back up for the residential zone, if that is something the council goes in that direction, do you want to discuss a size? For example, do you want to see a container that's like 10 or 12 feet long and, higher than maybe a typical one? I mean, that is something that you might want to consider as limiting the size of that metal container.
What I had said was 14 foot or 120 square foot. 14 foot long, because we already have 120 square foot maximum size anyways for the accessory or the accessory structure.
Correct.
So you already
Before
have
a building
that.
permit kicks in.
Right.
Okay, so 14 feet or 120 square feet, whatever. Well, we didn't really specify the exact parameters, but 120 would be good, since that's when the building permit would be required.
So I believe we had 3 in agreement on that.
I'm sorry, but I don't remember if there were 3. I know Councilmember Mosby made a motion, and I think Councilmember Osborne seconded it.
If the changes were made, which they were, and then Councilmember Cordova asked and agreed with the church recommendation you already made, so
Okay.
if she agrees to everything else, then it would be considered a third.
So in the residential, just for clarification, you would be allowing a 14-foot metal container in someone's backyard to be permanent?
Yes, just as you would one of these other units that they buy for like the lawnmowers and other such and such.
Unless it was over 120 square feet, then they would need to get a building permit for that.
Roughly an 8 by 14. So it's a flat roof building that you get like you have up the road here, only it'd be a flat roof and made out of metal.
Okay.
Just another way we could make these decisions is say that we have a motion by Mosby and a second by the mayor, and then we could vote on it instead of shopping around for a third.
That's fine, too. So, Councilmember Mosby, anything you'd like to add?
Are we there? Do we have our 3 on this one?
We were actually going to use yours as a motion, mine as a second, and take
Okay.
a vote to confirm agreement as recommended. My next question was, do we require public comment on every single one of these before we move forward? Or have we had public comment in the past for?
I think it's the best to take public comment on every single one of these issues.
All right, so public comment is open.
Hello, council. My name is Gary Halsey. I say yes, we should allow it. It's no different than what Mr. Mosby suggested. It falls within the criteria that's already established here in Lompoc. It's, in my opinion, safer than a wooden structure. It's not necessarily going to be any more of an eyesore than a structure you would buy at Home Depot. Generally speaking, the structures that we buy at Home Depot are 12 or 14 foot high. Generally speaking, the metal containers are 8 foot high. So I say, yeah, we allow them. Let's make life easy on people. Thank you.
Just making sure that two things that Mr. Mosby said are included. Number one, that architectural review is being taken out and painted to match is put in. And number two, that in industrial and open space, that there are 5 per acre permitted, and this is specifically to address Schuyler's River bottom. I checked with them on how many acres they had and how many containers they had so that they become permitted. And Mr. Mosby mentioned that, but I just want to make sure that it's in the motion so we get all these things. And I think that with, and the one commercial uses in residential zones does not necessarily apply to churches. It applies to commercial uses in residential zones. That's what the wording is intended for, because there may be other commercial uses in residential zones. I can't think of one right offhand, but I suspect they're out there. Oh, and a large apartment complex would be a commercial use in a residential zone. And some of them have a storage container for their maintenance folks. And that's what I learned talking to people about containers. Thank you.
Thank you. So, close of public comment, seeing no one else rise. Back to council. We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Mosby.
Just to one addition, we mentioned churches, but also the commercial component because of the apartment complexes. So adding that on to amend my motion, if I could get the second along with that.
Mr. Halverson, does that complicate anything by adding commercial when it's regarding apartments?
Well, that's a really good question.
That's a really broad term when it's something very specific.
Right, it's still residential use. So, you know, I'd like to see if the council, what they think about having those type of containers, you know, in a residential area. You know, commercial use is a little different, like a church. I'm sorry, I can't think of another example, but that's residential in a residential zone, so that wasn't really the intent. But then we have this provision for the 120 or the 14 feet long. So I guess if it still met that provision, then it could.
Without making it more complicated.
No, we would just have to have some notations to clarify those residential zones, which I guess probably would just be all residential zones.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Mosby?
Yes.
Okay. So I will accept that answer as well and leave the motion as it stands. Any other questions or discussion before we vote? Seeing none, let's vote. And that is 5-0 on that one. All right, the next one is a architectural guidelines, amend architectural guidelines section, is that 1B or IB? 2B, consistent with zoning code updates, adds flexibility by not requiring architectural review for additional alterations or new construction under 2,500 square feet, consistent with zoning updates. Staff plans to comprehensively update the architectural guides after adoption. So I fully support that. I'm not sure it needs much discussion. Is there any other questions or discussions regarding that? We can do public comment. I just wanted to make sure there weren't any questions by council. All right, Mr. Vega. Mr. Vega.
It says here you're going to have a comprehensive update to the architectural guidelines after the adoption. That means you guys are going to put together all the the rules and guidelines and everything that we won't even know about. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. Councilmember Vega, we will have to come back to the council, and we'd have to have that reviewed by you because that was adopted by the council. So essentially what we're going to do is there's a lot of areas in those guidelines that we need to just take out. For example, sections on signs and other sections that, now we have a new adopted as of 2016 sign ordinance. So we're going to clean it up, and also, there's going to be amendments so that the zoning ordinance controls and not the architectural guidelines. And who knows, maybe we just delete it altogether. I really don't know right at the moment. That just wasn't part of this effort of updating the zoning ordinance.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that answer. And the architectural guidelines are going to be monitored by who? Do we have an architectural type committee yet? Or do we have one in place that's going to
It's
be
the planning
reviewing
staff,
that?
just the planning staff. We use that document, and when a plan check comes in or a project, all of our projects that go to Planning Commission, we discuss a lot of times. I know some of you have seen you at the meetings, those guidelines. For example, when Ulta came in, Famous Footwear, those guidelines that would apply for those projects. So it's the planning staff.
It's planning, okay. Thanks.
Seeing no other questions, we will open the floor for public comment. If you would like to comment on this, please step forward to the podium. Seeing no one rise, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. And I will again say, I make a motion to accept this recommendation. Councilmember Cordova.
I will second.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have any comments? Seeing none, let's vote. And that is 5-0. The next is to incorporate the cannabis LMC 9.36 into the zoning code updates to streamline the process and reduce duplication. Any questions for staff before we open for public comment? Seeing none, we'll open the floor for public comment. Seeing no one rise, we'll close public comment and bring back to council. Seeing no one make a motion, I will make a motion to incorporate cannabis from LMC 936 into the zoning code updates and look for a second.
I'll second.
And we have a second. Any questions or discussions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. The next is the 8th Street overlay. The staff recommendations, overlay use control in the case of conflict between base zone and overlay. Staff recommendations include minor revisions to the 8th Street overlay land use tables to better reflect council considerations such as cannabis, animal raising, residential use, residential care homes, ADUs, and would allow more uses than currently allowed. And the chart is below it. All right. Any discussion or questions for staff regarding this? Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah. Mr. Halverson, I received email, I'm going to assume the rest of the council did also, concerning, it was from a property owner and some realtors concerning the use of a vet clinic where they would, I'm not real sure what I'm trying to get at here. They're trying to sell a property that they say if we pass this zoning with the 8th Street overlay that they would not be able to get a CUP to open a veterinarian hospital.
Yes, I can explain that. Thank you for bringing that up. There are some public comments that we'll be getting to tonight, and this is a good one to start off with. So right now in the existing zoning code, it would allow with the CUP a veterinarian to locate. For this particular instance, for the public comment, it's the Old Town. So the proposed code that's before you this evening actually prohibits veterinarians in the Old Town. I think that's something that is very easy to change. If the council would like to see veterinarians in the Old Town, we could just go ahead and take that from the council tonight and go ahead and make that easy change. I think the main issue is, why was it prohibited? And essentially what a lot of downtowns are trying to create is that kind of that atmosphere or environment where people are walking around, shopping, eating, having fun. And that might not be it's a good use, but it might not be the first thing that comes to your mind when you want to go downtown or in Old Town. It can still work, and staff supports that change, but I think that's why maybe it's not as generate as much foot traffic in a downtown typically. So I think that's why it was put in there as prohibited. But we have talked to the commenter. We support that change, and I've told a lot of people that my perspective on the Old Town is let's get those storefronts occupied. So if that helps to occupy those storefronts, I'm in complete support of that.
So the question that Councilmember Starbuck asked was regarding actually a property that's an Old Town zoning, but this is actually 8th Street overlay, which is a different zone, correct? Okay. And I see animal raising and keeping is being recommended as a proposed permitted change as part of the listing. But is that more towards residential, or it also allows commercial? So that's more residential.
So what ended up happening is I'll call it the chicken ordinance, just for lack of a better word, animal raising. We kind of stepped back. We stepped back from looking at that code section the council passed and said, we do have some residences that are in that area, not a lot, but we wanted to make sure that was covered. So let's just say a non-conforming single-family residence is in the 8th Street overlay. If they wanted to have chickens, that ordinance applies to them, and we saw that was not put into the code. Obviously, it's a real new change the council made, so we're just trying to make sure that what you recently approved is also consistent with the zoning ordinance that's before you this evening, including chickens.
Thanks for that clarification. Any other questions for staff regarding 8th Street overlay before we open it to public comment? Seeing none, we open the floor for public comment on 8th Street overlay.
Sorry, I failed to introduce myself last time. John Lynn, Lompoc resident. I would just urge you all have the book, I assume, in front of you, to take a quick look at 8th Street overlay and look at permitted versus uses that are MUP. And our recent experience with MUP is it's not quite as minor as perhaps we all thought it was. So maybe it would be just take a quick moment and see if there are uses in there that require an MUP that could in fact be a P, knowing what we know now. Thank you.
Morris Sobani, I'm here again. I have a concern about the downtown zoning ordinance. For the past 25 years, the ordinance that was there really had proven itself that it's failed. We have lots of vacancy downtown area, and what city had in mind did not develop. And only thing we have lots of vacancy. But I noticed that the old ordinance allowed veterinarian to go to downtown area, and veterinarian was a conditional use permit. I just suddenly, last couple of days, I noticed a real estate company who has a client as a veterinarian, very substantial. They were looking at our building 1200, which has 1 acre of land surrounded all by commercial. And it says, if you don't apply CUP before you pass the ordinance, it will be prohibited. I don't see why. I don't see why we should prohibit animal hospital, which is under CUP. City has full control. Therefore, I feel we should allow more commercial use to go downtown, especially if they are CUP. And if we do not allow more commercial, we will repeat the same thing we have done for the past 25 years. We will kill that area. It really is dying. And this morning I found out, I'm sure most of you know, BFA is closing down in November. See, that's another concern I have. City of Lompoc, I'm sure, should have known about it a year ago, 6 months ago, and we should have done something to see if you could prevent that closure. I don't understand. The city does not have a monitor the businesses, give them incentive, create something. If you don't, it's very hard to bring business, but we should protect the existing one. And so anyway, I'm sharing with you to please allow at least one tenant we might have, which would be a veterinarian, not to lose that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we'll close discussion on H Street overlay uses. Any comments or questions or a motion from council?
Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify for Mr. Silbani that the council's not making any decision right now about the downtown uses. This is only the H Street overlay, which is north of downtown.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I will make a motion to accept staff recommendations for the H Street overlay uses, and we'll look for a second. Councilmember Cordova.
I will second.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. All right. Other uses. So we'll deal with that slide first because it's different than the conditional use permit. Okay. So the next slide is staff recommendations, and the list is add dispensary as a permitted in mixed use zone, which we have, I believe, already done with our with our ordinance. Delete pharmacy use where dispensary is added. Add dry cleaning process as P in central business zone. The P in convenience center zone, not allowed in zones where residential and commercial uses. And that's different than a dry clean pickup, if I understand that. We do have some locations that are literally just pick up and drop off, and the processing's either done elsewhere or outside the city. Okay. So any questions on this for staff?
Mayor? Sorry. I think you're correct that the council has already done the first two bullet points, which is add dispensary as P in the mixed-use zone and delete the pharmacy use in the mixed-use zone. The third bullet point about the central business zone, I might do this from time to time during our discussion about the zoning code update, but there's a conflict. So Councilmember Starbuck owns property in the CB zone, so he does need to recuse himself from this particular discussion about dry cleaning and processing in the CB zone.
Okay. Councilmember Stark.
Where's that?
That's the one on College and I. I think on my map that's CB.
That's me. That's not a dry cleaner.
I know, but you own property in the zone, and determining what uses are allowed in the zone might have a financial impact on your property.
Oh. I'll recuse now that I've been educated.
All right, thank you. So the first two, I believe, would just be cleanup of our zoning ordinance. So the only discussion really is regarding the dry cleaning processing as permitted in the central business zone. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll open it for public comment. Any public comment on this?
Could I make one more suggestion?
Absolutely, Mr. Halverson.
In your motion, also the veterinarian use in Old Town.
As part of this, well, because it's a different zone, are you okay with that? Because this is
Well,
dry
we're talking
cleaning.
about the Old Town right now. That's
No,
why.
we're talking about dry cleaning, processing, and central business zone.
Oh, central business. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
so it's a different zone. Okay. All right, all in agreement? Okay, so we're still talking about dry cleaning businesses in the central business zone. Okay, and I saw no questions to staff, and opening the floor for public comment. Seeing no one rise, we will close public comment and bring it back to council. Councilmember Mosby.
Motion to approve.
And I will second that. Before I ask for a vote, I will wait for our clerk to complete and clear the board. And wait for her acknowledgement that she's ready. Okay. Seeing we have a motion and a second, any discussion? Let's vote. And that passes 4-0 with 1 in absentia. Do we need, for clarification from our city attorney, the first 2 items to be voted on because they were just,
My understanding is they're already voted on.
okay, all right. The dispensary is a P in mixed use and the pharmacy use deleted, okay. Conditional use permits, thank you for coming back. For not
I was
wandering-
awake.
Not wandering too far off. So conditional use permits. Planning Commission recommendations is to allow the commission to use a CUP for uses not explicitly allowed that meet certain findings, not more obnoxious or detrimental to the public welfare than other uses allowed with a CUP, comparable to at least one use that is explicitly allowed with a CUP, and additional staff recommendations to apply the same flexibility to minor use permits. Any questions, Councilmember Vega?
No, I wanted to ask a question, Mayor, on timeframes and where we're at here so we can get a kind of a consensus. We have 3 more items on the agenda. I want to see how much time we're going to spend here and for the public's sake, I'm not sure I don't want to lose anybody either.
Well, we officially can go till 11, at which time we make a motion for continuation of time.
Officially, will we still be awake? That's what I'm asking.
We have starting the conversation, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items that were in the request to try and make through tonight, and I think that it might be helpful to at least get through those before we delay discussing the other items. So I believe we can get through the other items, given the other items on the agenda are more reports than decision-making.
And the reason I'm asking is because we had an appeal that took a long time, okay? So I'm cognizant of the public's time, so I wanted to ask. I see everybody falling asleep out here.
I appreciate that concern, but unfortunately, that is how some council meetings will go, with appeals being into the mix. So we have the conditional use permit recommendations open to discuss. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll open the floor for public comment.
John Lynn. So I just want to share a little bit more from the Planning Commission. In the past, this was in our ordinance, and very infrequently it was used, but when it was used judiciously, because you can't consider everything in a zoning ordinance that's going to occur in the future. I mean, we understand how outdated our ordinance is now. We don't have any furriers or haberdasheries in Lompoc. And what this does is it allows the Planning Commission the flexibility to look at a project that was not even previously considered, or the type of project didn't even exist, and bring it in so that we have another vibrant business. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else arise, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Councilmember Mosby.
Motion to approve.
And
Second.
Mr. Vega seconds. Any other discussions or questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. All right. Public comments. Staff reviewed and discussed comments from Mr. Lynn. Attachment 14 shows comments that staff recommends to incorporate into the zoning code change. So they have not been redlined. We are open the discussion by council regarding these recommended changes for staff. Since no one has turned a light on, I'm assuming there's no discussion with staff. Councilmember Mosby.
Can you put attachment 14 up there?
Mhm.
14. Attachment 14. It's in the little binder. I just thought it'd be appropriate, maybe you could just zoom through 1 through 4, the number of, that you did, maybe a quick synopsis on each one so they know what we're doing with these, rather than just,
Well, that's a, I probably spent 8 hours going over this with Mr. John Lynn. I wasn't prepared to go over each one.
And more specifically, the 14 comments the staff recommends to incorporate. Can you go over your recommendations?
I certainly can. Is there any way that we could come back to that? Okay, it looks like, okay, that's fine. I can go through them. Just the ones that were saying no change?
Yeah, the ones you're making recommendation.
Yeah, actually, even with this, it's kind of difficult to go through because Mr. Lynn, when he wrote these, sometimes there's not a lot of detail. It would take a lot of time to go through each of them and explain the logic behind it.
Maybe we can bring it back at a later date. I would think it wouldn't be appropriate to make a recommendation without at least letting the public know what is your 14 recommendations.
Yeah. No, I understand. And actually, we even put together I just don't happen to have at a table that went over some of our notes from the meeting with Mr. John Lynn. But yeah, this would take a lot of time. Not that I can't do it, but I wasn't prepared this evening. I have to be very honest. Like I said, I probably spent 6 to 8 hours with him going over all these.
Well, and I would say that predominantly the changes you accepted, some we've already actually discussed and in detail. The ones that are recommended as no change look to be, some things that have changed with updates across many areas that are required that we make these updates. I would say the public has had this document. It's part of the agendized item. It is item number 14. So the public has had an opportunity to look at it. I don't believe we need further discussion because it is available and staff has taken the time and has made the recommendations. So I believe that we should move forward on this and accept the staff recommendations for the ones that he did accept from Mr. Lind, and thank Mr. Lind for taking the time to go through and do all this work. I really do appreciate it, and I think we should move forward on it. Councilmember Mosby.
Well, at least go slowly scroll through that for me, would you? Just through the pages that are there so that maybe the public could take a look and see. Just for the sake of transparency component, if you could change the pages and see what some that we're going through.
I can do my best to go through the ones that say no change. That first one that says no change, honestly, I'd have to go back through my notes. That second one that talks about exercise of discretion, when the staff reviewed that statement, we thought it was a little vague and a little subjective, so we decided, to not put that in there. Number 4, where it says no change, that's because the council's already, the council has decided to make it from a CUP or from an MUP to a CUP, actually, so it's going the opposite direction than Mr. Lynn has suggested. Number 5, we've already went through that with the Planning Commission and addressed the concern of those smaller lots and stressed the importance that that would only be for new subdivisions that would have to meet those provisions for lot size. The next one is an architectural guideline standard regarding parapet walls, at least 2 sides. We didn't think it was appropriate on that change. Number 8.
Again, maybe just the ones that you recommended for the change, the things we're making motions to do, which are changing. So that would be.
Yeah,
next.
so that's the first one where it talks about lessen traffic in streets, less traffic equals less business. And
So number 21.
okay, 21. So we already addressed that. The dry cleaners, we had a discussion with John Lynn saying that you could have the pickup, but you couldn't have a dry cleaning use with the chemicals because the general plan EIR said you can't use chemicals in mixed residential uses.
So 23.
23, I think we already addressed that because of the build to line. We're removing the build to line.
Okay.
And the minimum height requirement.
26.
26 is the 5 foot. Well, that's proposed to change, and I think the main reason was as long as it maintained the site visibility, that we were okay with that change.
Okay. 27.
27, they made a very good point regarding those air conditioning units. Although we do need to go back, this is a really good point, this recently came up, that we need to just double check that might have actually been something required from the general plan EIR. So that's something I just want to, yeah, that was something, and that's because of the mixed use area has residential uses allowed, so it would need to meet the noise requirements based on the general plan EIR for residential uses in mixed use zone. So actually that, if it's inconsistent with the general plan EIR, we would actually have to not change that.
Okay. Then we have 29.
29 requires that a temporary parking lot must have screening to separate it from public view. That was actually already addressed at the planning commission level, and they took out the word screening, which we were fine with, because the most important thing is let's get some landscaping, so it doesn't necessarily have to be screened, but we do want to have landscaping to buffer a parking lot.
Okay. 32.
32, this one regarding security fencing, I think the discussion we had with John Lynn was I think he had a certain type of fencing that he saw in areas that he wanted to have available as an option. And we could put some additional wording in the code that allows this security fencing, but the details, to be quite honest, need to be sorted out. I think he has a certain fence material in mind that, we don't get into that level of detail in the zoning ordinance, but we certainly could change the code to address security fencing.
Then you did 33.
Yeah, that was a very good point. And I want to thank Mr. Lynn, all the hours that we spent with one another, he did catch some things that were important. And so he brought up, like, let's say Harbor Freight has their outdoor sale. That area is larger than 750 square feet. And so in order to make that work, that needs to be changed.
Okay. 34. We did that
But
one already.
we've talked about storage containers quite a bit.
Okay, so maybe what we have is we have 13 items because you still have to investigate 27.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and say for the record that 27 is not going to be changed because of that general plan EIR, and just because it mixes the residential uses.
Okay. So you have 13 comments that you would recommend to incorporate in the zoning code, not 14 right now, right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
I'm just going through that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mosby. I will open the floor for public comment on that.
So staff and I spent a lot of time working on these things, and we agreed to disagree on some things, and we agreed to agree on some things. And frankly, I didn't bring that file with me, so I can't run through those, but there are some other ones in there that the staff and I agreed to disagree that I believe this council needs to consider. I apologize. I should have been a little more awake. I am happy with you approving the ones that we agreed on. I hope you would put this item on for whenever we do this next, and I will bring back a reduced list of the ones that are extremely important. There is one in particular in there dealing with noise and industrial. It's very important. Then there are a couple others that are fairly important, and there are some that would just be good things to do. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Councilmember Mosby.
Maybe we could look at number 22 real fast. Mr. Halverson. And not that I want to add it in, but the layer of complexity of some of these questions are such that I do believe it does stand for a little bit better shot and maybe a little easier following for the council. But when you look at the complexity of question 22, and it's a significant question, when you look at what ends up happening with this equation that he's placed up here.
Yeah, this is, sorry to interrupt, this is a difficult one just because out of all the zoning districts that are in the city, the mixed-use zone actually allows the highest density. Now, I hope to see a very large mixed-use project in the mixed-use zone. I don't know if you're going to see that because a lot of those lots are small. You know, it's kind of hard to visualize his comment, but I understand that he disagrees with it. But because that zoning district has the highest density in the entire city zoning districts, you know, even more than, say, high-density residential, I think it's maxed out at 22, that was one of the ones, as Mr. Lynn said, that we kind of agreed to disagree. But we can certainly, you know, come back at another time. This is going to be a code. I want to emphasize that it's going to have some cleanup items later, but I really don't think this is going to come into play, but obviously I respect his opinion there.
Okay, thank you.
So we've had public comment, we've discussed this, and Councilmember Mosby.
Motion to approve the 13 comments that staff recommends to incorporate in the new zoning code.
I'll second.
And we have a second. Thank you. Any other discussion or questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. The next slide dealt with restaurants in industrial zones. The Planning Commission recommendation was to allow restaurants as permitted uses in the industrial zones, industrial and business park. Large chain formula restaurants are not allowed. Previously, as a minor permit was included. And since restaurants are recommended as permitted uses, staff recommends changing food service to permitted use. Food service currently requires a special use permit. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll open for public comment. Seeing no one rise, we will close public comment and bring it back for recommendation.
I just wanted to emphasize in the presentation that we made, Jennifer talked about having a note in that table that kind of gave an applicant or developer heads up that infrastructure improvements may be required in order to bring that use into an area that was not originally planned. So if you could just, if you agree, include that in your motion, I'd really appreciate it.
We can do that. Councilmember Mosby.
I make the motion to approve with the additional recommendations by Mr. Halverson.
Thank you, and I will second that. Any additional questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. We are 3 slides away. Actually 2, because this one is accessory uses in industrial zones, and it's got 2 slides. So Planning Commission recommendations to include wine tasting and associated marketing in the definition for accessory use. Staff recommendation is to include wine tasting and associated marketing in the definition of winery instead of accessory use. And then Planning Commission recommended allow accessory uses to comprise up to 49% of the gross floor area of the primary industrial use, building and fire code still applying. And then there were 3 options as to how to address that. Either option 1, align zoning code with building and fire code at 749 square feet or 10% of the gross floor area, which is in opposition to the Planning Commission's recommendation. Option 2, to require additional review of business tax certificate for accessory use that exceeds the 10% of gross floor area, so that if you accept the recommendation of Planning Commission, you add option 2 potentially to address concerns. And option 3 is to keep the commission recommendation accessory uses up to 49% of gross floor area with building and fire code compliance, which fully matches Planning Commission recommendations. So questions for staff? Seeing no questions to staff, we will open it for public comment. So please go ahead and queue up, given there are concerns about how long this meeting is going. So if you wish to speak, go ahead and stand and move forward and be prepared.
Steve Bridge, resident, mayor and council. On the first part of that, the accessory use, which I believe we all agree with, in the definitions section of the zone, for some reason, accessory use has been modified and they've put wine tasting back in. So to be consistent, that red line that they've added should be taken out if it's going to be consistent with the winery includes wine tasting rooms. So there was that comment against that. And then the 10% is just too low. So we've seen that. That's why they moved it up to 15. It was recommended for 20. Everybody got so frustrated, so it went to 49. But if you go back to 10, you're going to have a lot of non-conforming.
Morris Subani again. My recollection, my memory is not very good anymore. Planning Commission removed all these percentage because simplified the thing. And I don't know where these 10%, 49%, and all these other odd number came up. I remember several months ago, staff changed this thing, but I thought we said after so many years working on this thing, we should remain with what the Planning Commission did. There was no percentage. I fail to remember that percentage. I don't know who added this percentage. So I urge you to consider removing this percentage. If you want to leave a percentage, put it 49% and be alone. Leave the rest of it alone.
So of all the things that we're looking at here, John Lynn once again, this would probably have the biggest impact on the industrial zone. Remember that there's a building code and there's a zoning ordinance. So since the current number is 15%, that's what most of these buildings have been built to. Some were built a little bit bigger, hence my effort back when to get the Planning Commission to go to 20 that kind of started this whole ball rolling in 5 directions. Mr. Halverson said that some cities at the Planning Commission had 49%, and hence they picked that number up. So I want to talk about the 10% number first, and that's a building code issue, and it has to do with an undivided occupancy. So this podium is a building, and there are 2 occupancies in this building, and one of them, as an example, is an F2 occupancy, and one of them over here is a showroom for the cabinet shop, and it's a B occupancy, but there are no walls around it. It's all just contiguous. And that's where that 10% limit comes in. On the other hand, if there's a fire separation between those 2 occupancies, that 10% does not apply. And in most 90% of the buildings, there's a fire separation. So the building code doesn't impact those buildings, but if you make it 10%, they're all going to be pre-existing non-conforming uses, and there are going to be a whole lot of people having to get conditional use permits before they can move new tenants in. So I would encourage you to pick up option 3, which solves all those problems, and then it's the responsibility of each business and each building to determine what they need to do to meet the building code requirements for what it is they want to do within their building. You know, what separations they need to have, or if they don't want to have a separation, then they can go to the 750 square feet or 10%, whichever is lesser. But if you go to this 10%, it's going to create tremendous problems. Once upon a time, this whole thing that drew some of us into government was the long ago staff wanted to make every industrial use in Lompoc a conditional use. So every new tenant you would get in, you would have to get a CUP for. Dirk remembers it. And, you know, there was a general uprising because you'd never get a building rented. This will do exactly the same thing if you pick 10%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Arrowwood, winery owner in the ghetto. I have 100% of my building's a tasting room. So I go through a CUP to get that. It cost me a lot of money and time. And I believe it should be 100% because what we were trying to do with the zoning update related to wine, which is 3 pages, is make it pro-wine. There's a lot of taste rooms that are going to come in there, and they're only taste rooms. They don't have anything else. So they don't have auxiliary use for taste room. They are a taste room. As we have taste rooms that are 100%, and how they got there, in my case, it was a CUP. We're going to have more in the future. This is a wine zone. In the wine overlay zone that used to be in the zoning, you could have said tasting rooms are permitted, and then you would have 100%. That's pro-wine. Taking it down below that is anti-wine and making people do stuff. At this last minute, you're probably going to approve 49, but believe me, 49 is not pro-wine. When somebody rents a 2,000 square foot building to put in a tasting room, which is what we want them to do, they would like to have all 2,000 as a tasting room. And remember, as we get more and more tourists and wineries get bigger, they're going to separate their production from their tasting room because there's not enough room in the ghetto for all the 40 wineries to expand. This is why we have Sea Smoke and Pally and Loring have built their own separate buildings that are much bigger than a very big space part of the ghetto. So we should be accommodating existing taste rooms and new taste rooms to have 100% of their space as tasting rooms.
Thank you.
My name is Jeremy Ball, citizen of Lompoc. Raise your hand if you need a glass of wine. Raise my hand. I'm very much pro-wine. Wine is something that is, maybe not everyone agrees, but it's a blessing to our area. I was born here in the late 70s. First vineyards were planted here in the, close by in the 70s. In the 80s, we had some challenges with the Challenger exploding. That made our economy here plummet. That was outside of our control. We have no ability to affect that. But with the wine stuff, this is in your hands. This is in your will box. You have a decision to make. Is the message that you're going to send to the people that exist in the local wine industry, and the message that you're potentially going to send to those that are interested in joining the wine community here, is it going to be that we want you here and we're going to facilitate you to be competitive with any other place in California that allows wine tasting and some of these regulations? There's no need for Lompoc to decide to be more regulatory than the state of California or than some of our other very successful neighbors in the wine industry. I'll disagree with John Lynn 8, 9 times out of 10, but on this one, this is a no-brainer. We got to get this one right. You have to be pro-wine or you're not.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. Councilmember Cordova.
I agree, and I'm in full support of the wine industry. Is it possible that we could designate for the code to read that if there is production, maybe that we go to that we accept that 49% contingent, that obviously they also commit to the building and fire code compliance, but that if there is no production and they're in the wine ghetto area, that we allow them to use, if they're just using it as a tasting room, that we allow them to use the 100%. Is that acceptable?
I mean, I will say that that is initially how the code was drafted. We included wine tasting rooms as included in the definition of a winery, meaning that wineries are permitted, wine tasting rooms would be permitted. There have been a lot of changes since then, and we've gotten to this place where we're looking at percentage thresholds for accessory uses in industrial zones. I think the question comes back to where we got to this percentage related to building code issues, and I can't speak to those specifically.
And
I also wanted to emphasize that it can be a little tricky because someone could come to the planning counter and ask what the requirement is, and whether we say 100% or 49%. We always stress that they need to coordinate with the building department. Even if they're not building anything, if they're going to try to take a space and make it 100%, say, wine tasting room, they have to. It's so important to coordinate that effort or that change, whether it requires a building permit or not, to coordinate with the building department. And so, I just want to emphasize that, that can be a tricky situation. Pro wine, understand completely. But does come into play a lot of costly improvements to a building when you start doing that. And in an area, it sounds good in theory, 100% wine tasting room, whatever, but sometimes when you're in an industrial area that wasn't parked or designed for those type of public-oriented uses, it can be a little tricky. So I just wanted to emphasize that.
Right, I fully understand, because sometimes turning a facility into an assembly use, that's completely different. So not to take away from the fact that they would still have to go and be compliant, but it's no different. We fought the whole restaurant issue, and now we're allowing restaurants in these areas. So what I guess what my proposal would be, or my recommendation would be, that in both scenarios, they have to meet the building and fire code, the occupant load of the building. That's a requirement that we cannot supersede up here. But that if they're not having production, then why wouldn't they be allowed to use 100% of the space, as long as they've complied with building and fire code? And if they want to spend the money to put their building in a position where they can do that, then allow them to do so.
Councilmember Vega.
And I have to agree, this is our time. It's been long enough, and I have to agree with Mr. Ball. This is our time to make a decision. Lompoc needs us. The wine industry needs us. Let's take out the percentages. Let's make it 100%. I agree with Councilwoman Cordova. Let's just let everything else go, the fire and safety part of it, mandate, instead of putting percentages and restrictions on it. Let's send a message out there that we do want them. It's been a long time coming. It's been uphill for food, for everything. So let's make a good decision this time. So I have to support that.
Councilmember Cordova.
So I will turn it into a motion if I can. I'm not sure. Okay. I would like to motion that we accept the 49% when there is production, and that they are required. So option number 3, when there's production, but that we add a component to option number 3 that allows that if there is no production, that we allow 100% use of the space, contingent that they are in compliance with building and fire codes, and leave it up to the business owner to decide if they want to meet those, if they want to spend that money to get the building up to that level, understanding that the occupant load is clearly something that is important.
I'll give a second on that one.
Councilmember Mosby.
Let me ask, what about the slide was it 21? Did you address,
The planning commission recommendation versus the staff
are you
recommendation.
adding that in as well? Give it 2 slides at once? Yeah? All right, and then Victor might need to,
We think we covered both with that motion, and I think we
Okay.
covered both.
All right. You got your answer to both
I
with
don't
that
get to
motion?
talk anymore, Brian, or what?
No, I just wanted to clarify it.
Okay. So we have clarified both slides with the motion, and it has been moved and seconded. Any additional questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. And we are on the final slide of at least what was requested that we tackle tonight. So it is the special event overlay. The summary is to apply to all industrial zones, both I and BP. Special events within an enclosed building of 790 square feet or 10% gross building area exempt from the TUP. Can't exceed approved occupant load, can't exceed 72 hours. Director may authorize more flexible permit procedures such as annual approval to encourage special events. Any questions for staff regarding this? Councilmember Vega.
Brian, can you give us any other options here that weren't on the board here?
Well, this is a tricky issue, the special event overlay. Had a number of conversations with representatives of the wine industry. Obviously, there's a very long comment from Mr. Steve Bridge. I think he makes some good comments, but I did mention to him that a lot of the comments that he's making in his recommendations haven't been vetted out yet. New concepts, new terms, new processes. We were trying very hard to come up with some basic regulations that would regulate not just the wine industry, remember, but special events, period, in the I and the BP zones. So, it could be anything, not just wine. I know there's been a lot of disagreement regarding the 749 square feet, but we're trying to meet a compromise and make sure that we bring up some important life and safety issues. But I would say that if we can't come to a consensus this evening on this particular issue, that we actually pull it from the code and work on it in a working group, because I don't know the way it's worded right now. I don't know if you're going to get a lot of people that are happy. So I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that one probably is going to take a little bit more vetting. I think that's really important. I think we need a little bit more time on this one, and I think that we need to get more input from the people that are actually affected by this. Do I get to make a motion like that, or am I
We
too
need to
soon?
take public comment first.
You're kidding.
Nope. Any other questions for staff before I open the floor to public comment? Public comment, please.
Yes, in tracking this over the years through the zoning, it's taken a lot of fits and starts. Originally, this was a wine special event overlay zone, and as such, it could be, we already know that the wine ghetto has never had any complaints as far as noise and things, so it was pretty much a constrained area, and it was for wine, so you could be focused on wine things. Once it went to the all industrial zones, now you have a lot more concerns. I've been here when one of my friends that runs a workout facility that's in an industrial zone near a housing was controversial because of conflicting stuff. It was a new business next to a new development. What we have in the wine ghetto is old business next to old housing, 20-year track record of no complaints. So the intent was good, but it's kind of floundered around. And so what the intent was to allow the wineries to have events like everybody else, where they don't have to have a TUP. So now here we are with two things that really hurt this in my mind. The 749, or 10%, is going to wipe out half the wineries at least, okay? Because they're not that small. So they're going to have to get a TUP, which doesn't make any sense for a wine pickup party. If you still constrain them with, you can't go over your occupancy load, there shouldn't be any reason. If somebody has a 200-person occupancy load with 822 feet, as long as it doesn't go over his occupancy load, why are we bothering to add that thing? It's non-value added. The other thing is, I think it was an accident to put the event 100% inside of a building. Well, my building has an outside backyard. It's all wrapped up and private. Rick Longoria has an outside space. The Zodovich building has 5 places with outdoor spaces. And there's a few more, and there will be others in the future. And my approval covers my noise, covers my parking, it covers everything. So every day I can have up to my limit of people tasting, and I've never had a bother with any complaints, so I should be able to have a special event. Well, actually, I can have special events every day with my approval, but if my neighbor had my same situation, didn't have my permit, then they should be able to have these things within their occupancy and within their permitted space, indoor or outdoor, but not in their parking lot, not where people are walking around, but in their backyard or a balcony that's been permitted. Thank you.
So pretty simply, I agree completely with Brian. You know, we started out kind of going down this road, and then somebody said, well, you ought to look at this road, and then you ought to look at this road, and now there are an awful lot of choices on the table, and I think we need a little more time to refine these, not just myself, but the wine industry, and Brian's done a good job of trying to make all these pieces come together, and this is probably the most complicated issue because it's all new. It didn't exist in the prior code. We had nothing to start from. And anytime you start out with something new, you go, well, this should work. And then as you shop it around to people, they say, well, what if? And that causes you to have other concerns. And so there's been a lot of evolution along the way. So I would appreciate it if you would continue this particular item and let the wine industry and Brian work together a bit more, and I'm sure we can come back with something that's going to be great for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Bridge, President. I agree with Brian. We have a lot of complex issues here, particularly with what you just did with the size restrictions, because now what you've done is, and I don't mean that as a you message, but 2,000 square feet, winery, wine tasting room. They have a special event, they got to somehow cordon off 749 feet of it. It doesn't make sense anymore. So based on the kind of the new guidance you've given, Brian, and I know we're all trying to work together on this, it doesn't hurt my head to say, let's go back and look at this again.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we will close public comment and bring it back to council. Councilmember Cordova.
So Brian, I will just ask, and you know, I'm in favor of taking it back and allowing you more time to take, you know, to kind of rewrite it and be able to get in the components that you feel are going to be important for you too. However, is there a way that we can try to mirror with the ancestry use regarding the special event overlay?
That I don't know, because it's really a separate issue. The special event overlay is actually a zoning district, and the accessory use is a section of the code that's just limiting, you know, what you can do, what's the primary use and what's an accessory use, setting a standard. So it's kind of hard to blend those together. So I would my answer would probably be no.
But ultimately, it all boils down to occupant load. Is that correct or no?
Not necessarily. It's much more complicated than that. From a building code standpoint, I'd kind of like to stick with the zoning aspect of it, because even though we wrote that in there, that can be a complicated scenario as far as,
Right.
I'd have to defer to the building department to get into those types of details.
Councilmember Mosby.
So, Mr. Halverson, are you familiar with Mr. Bridges' special event overlay?
Yes.
Do you think this is a good working platform to come off of, that you can, I hate to just go back to the original drawing board, but do you think there's an opportunity that you can work with this document and make it better?
Well, here's what I would suggest is we've got a lot of great people in Lompoc that will show up to, I'm going to call it a working group. And I think through that working group, kind of like we just had recently regarding the wine industry, and they were talking about wastewater and things like that, is to have a working group, not necessarily start from scratch, but looking at Mr. Bridges' comments, there's a lot of complexities to that. There's a lot of details in there that just haven't been really discussed. So even though that could be part of the discussion, I think getting a working group together, in one room and going through all the different concerns would be very, very helpful. I think that's just part of the mix. That's going to be part of the comments that you're sitting in a room reviewing, and then we do the hard work, and then we bring it back to you with something a little clearer and easier to make a decision on.
And I think that's why I'm concerned with, because we spent, I don't know how long on this already, and we're not really going back to zero, but you kind of want to go back to zero. So it just seems like you're going to try to start over again with another group, and we've had multitudes of groups already putting this stuff together, and a lot of the people are tired. I mean, we had meetings with 30, 40, 50 people here, and it seems like this is what we got going on here, and it's hard to keep track of all this. I got notes all over the place trying to follow this, and now we're going to go back. That's why I said looks like one of the best working documents that's out there. It's been a public comment. I didn't see a date on it exactly, but it's been out for a little while.
Right, I understand. It's not that I'm saying that's a bad document, but there's some concepts and some things there that, like even introducing new fees, that's just one example, in new terminology that really the code has just not considered at this time. A new process, new terminology, and even new fees, and those are pretty big items that really isn't ripe, I think, for council at this moment.
Introducing new fees is not right for council?
Right, because that has to go, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, that needs to go as a formal amendment to the master fee schedule. Before the council, so.
Okay, I just wanted to make, I'm glad you said that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Vega.
Sorry, I think I'm within my time now, right?
You can make a motion now, yes.
I want to make a motion that we do go back and put together some sort of a work group with the wine industry people. I'm not sure if planning commission's involved with this, or if this is just a work group or workshop, so we can come back with recommendations. So Brian, maybe you could give me some sort of a structure that might work so we can incorporate the thoughts and ideas that we need to come back and do this again.
Certainly, and I might need Jeff's help, but I would recommend that we pull the special event overlay out of the code. And you might ask, well, how then would we regulate, someone that came in to have a special event? We would just simply we would lift the language from our existing code and put it into the new code until we come back with revised language for this special event overlay. So we would have to come back with revised, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, revised exhibits and revised resolutions that reflect removing that from your decision.
Yes, that's correct, but that is something that we can do. sounds like we don't want this special event overlay to hold up adoption of the whole zoning ordinance. So if we take it out, and then we can adopt the rest of the zoning ordinance, and then we do a working group on the special event overlay specifically, we can do that.
Again, my question is timeframe wise, can we do this and expedite this to get this thing all done? So it doesn't take months?
As far as the working group?
As far as the working group and coming to
Absolutely.
an event for that thing, if we could do that, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Is that something we can do quickly and get this thing done?
Yes, I think the challenge will be, and we will try very hard, is to get consensus. That's really what it's going to be about, is consensus. And I'm going to urge the wine community that's here tonight that, to come to a consensus, and not only that, but also we have to, I think, come to a conclusion that the zoning code, building code, and fire code are different. And so we're going to try to do that as much as we can.
So how would I structure this, Jeff? Maybe you could help me, this motion, for us to put together a work group so we could pull this out of this thing, okay?
That would be a motion to take the special event overlay out of the zoning code update and to consider it separately in a working group so that we can move forward with adopting zoning code without it.
Okay, you just said it for me, so thank you. That's my motion.
Councilmember Cordova?
I have a question. The Planning Commission recommended perhaps doing an annual temporary use permit for special events. And if we did that, and in consideration that obviously events can't exceed the approved occupant load, and in consideration again of the building and fire compliance, why would we need to restrict then and provide a 10%?
Yeah, the good question. I guess the best examples to use is the recent temporary use permit that we reviewed, and our director, Christy Alarcon, worked. We all worked very hard for the Lompoc Wine Factory for that event. Because it's temporary, I would say that accessory use is not going to come into play, Councilmember Cordova, because it's a temporary use. So I don't think we need to worry about that per se. But there's other things that we have to worry about, like building and fire codes. But as far as a temporary event, I don't think you need to be. That's not going to really come into play, the accessory use.
But if we're requiring compliance of those areas, me personally, I think they should all be CUPs. I mean, I think that what Mr. Montemar did is the way to go, and that's what we should have encouraged them to do from the beginning. I'm not saying we didn't, but I'm just saying if the compliance is there with the fire and building code not to exceed the approved occupant load, is that a possibility?
I'm not really following. Are you talking about for those temporary events, or are you talking about just the special event overlay in general? The special event overlay.
Right. Right, that's what I'm saying is that for the special event overlay.
I mean, that's an option.
So in removing the limited 10% and adding the compliance, obviously because you already have the can't exceed the approval occupant load, which I would say that has to go hand in hand with meeting the requirements of our building and fire. I don't know. I'm just trying to get to a middle ground to where we're doing something that is going to benefit both sides, but we're not going back and spinning our wheels and starting all over from scratch and all the effort and all the hours that has already gone to this. And I don't know that we'll ever get 100% everybody on the same page, but if we're doing something that is, in favor of both our city requirements and our mandates, our legal mandates, and then we're working with them, meaning that our businesses in the wine industry, I don't know.
Well, right now, obviously, we don't have that. So if we lifted our code now and put it into the new code, that's not going to be in there. You're not going to see that. Now, as we review each temporary use permit that comes in, then we will be able to condition it. and place those conditions, and that could be part of it. So we have that ability. The temporary use permit allows you to put conditions that may or may not be in the code.
Right, but when I said the temporary use, you said that that really wasn't an issue.
Well, that 10% right there, that has nothing to do with the accessory per se that we were talking about earlier.
Right, right. No, I get that. We're talking about the special event overlay. When they're having events in their facility, what I'm hearing from the public and from the wine industry representatives that have been here, what they don't want is they don't want to be restricted to 10% when they're having these events. They want to be able to have these events. And so what I'm saying is that can they have these events if they're meeting building and fire code? And why do we want to restrict them to 10% if they're meeting those compliance codes?
I understand, and I think that they would be able to exceed it, but I would, as it's reviewed on a case-by-case basis. It's really, really hard to talk generalities because each event that comes in or each TUP, the planning division doesn't, we don't know those different codes. And so application comes in, we route it, a project description, a floor plan, whatever it may be, and then we rely on those other departments to give us input and condition that TUP appropriately. So it's just really hard to say without, a specific event in mind.
I'm sorry, public comment is not open. We've already closed it. I know you're frustrated. It's been a long discussion, but please no outbursts. We're having council discussion to try and make recommendations. I really appreciate that, but please refrain.
And Brian, I appreciate everything you're saying, and I'm not in any way trying to antagonize you or, disrespect you in any way, so please understand that. My question would be then, can you just apply the TUP and do a certain amount of events then to where they can have that, again, with the understanding that they can't exceed occupant load, that they'll have to comply with our city officials in regards to building and fire safety, egress, of the building, and making sure that, I don't know, am I reaching, or is this something that can be done?
No, I don't think you're reaching. I actually have a copy, so thank you, Mr. Bridge, of his TUP right here. And one of the catch-alls that we put in the TUP was that it would need to comply with the federal, state, county, and local regulations and ordinances maintained during each temporary event. And so most likely, unless there's something different about another event, we would simply add that condition again, the 72 hours. A lot of these, there's also a condition that says the proposed events shall comply with all applicable building and fire codes. Mm-hmm. So if those codes allow it, then yes, my answer would be yes, they could. But at the same time, it's a little tricky because I'm just looking at this particular example. So I don't know what the other example might be that comes to mind.
And by all means, I just want to say that I don't think that any business should be able to do any of this without paying a reasonable fee for staff time, because I understand that as we do these, it'll be perfected, and we think that no matter what, it does require staff time to go in and do this stuff. So there is a fee. I don't think that people should do this for free. I do think that $249 is a low cost to pay for 12 months or 12 events for an entire year. So that fee can be, looked at. But that was just my point, is whether it can be done and we could move forward with something and, go from there.
So thank you for asking all those clarifying questions, and I realize that it's quite frustrating to everyone, but it seems that this is one area that we've already made a few mistakes, and so to codify something that has mistakes is a bad idea. Although nothing can be perfect, I agree. I'm going to give Councilmember Vega a second on his motion. So any questions or concerns before we vote? Seeing none, let's vote. And that is a 4-1. All right, so we have gone through everything that staff has needed feedback on and have made recommendations. It appears that we are very close to approving a zoning ordinance update. I see you raising your hand, Mr. Halverson.
And thank you for everyone and I know this is a late meeting. I just wanted to bring up one last thing that you could either discuss tonight if you feel like there's time, or if you want to move forward, obviously that would go. But there were two small items. One, we had a discussion about the veterinarian use, which was brought up by Mr. Sabani. And there was also a comment letter regarding mini storage or self-storage. And I know that individual has been here quite a long time. So I just wanted to at least put it out there and then find out what direction you wanted to go. Another meeting or talk about those two tonight?
If we talked about those two things tonight, you're saying we could potentially give approval for the zoning ordinance to be approved and start moving forward on the 30-day reading if we made those recommendations?
Jeff?
No, well, you could, but we would open it up, after we get through all of the issues that staff is recommending the council decide, we would then want to open it up to see if council has any more issues in this entire book that they would want to decide, and there may be numerous more issues, so we probably wouldn't get through it all tonight.
Okay, so given that and given those two issues are not something that has to be answered tonight because we're not adopting the zoning ordinance, I would make the recommendation that we postpone the rest of the discussion until a future meeting. And am I correct in remembering that we have to name a time frame?
We do need to continue it to a date certain, and then there's a question about whether the council wants to hold a special meeting or wants to continue having these discussions at our regular meeting.
Okay, Councilmember Mosby.
I think we could address the public comment and then go take the rest to special. I'm willing to take my rest of my red sheets here to another meeting, date certain, whether it's a special meeting or another one that fills in. Probably, maybe you could finalize it on a special meeting. But I think that we should address the two public comment issues. I think one of them is a time-sensitive component with the veterinary component in the OTC.
Well, I don't believe it is because we're not adopting the zoning ordinance. And under the current ordinance, it's a CUP. And if they move forward right now, they're fine. Again, if we're going to continue this discussion, we could continue it all, but okay.
Well, I think for the people here, it's a time-sensitive component. Somebody's making a decision. There's a difference with a CUP and something that it's permitted. A CUP is not a guarantee. And a CBP becomes with complications, and it could take a year, 2, 3, 4 years. So there's a whole nother level. So I think that we need to get to the level of discussion of that. And I believe the other individual had something. So, I mean, I'm willing to take the rest of my stuff to another special meeting, but I would like to address the other items that are brought forward to us.
So the first item was the veterinarian in the Old Town Zone and whether or not we would allow it. And staff recommendation, Brian, was?
To make that change, to direct us, if the council votes in consensus, to amend the code, to make the red lines with a CUP.
So you're still recommending with a CUP?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for staff before I open it to public comment?
Mayor?
Yes.
There's another conflict issue on this one because Councilmember Starbuck owns property in the OTC.
Okay.
So he would need to recuse himself for this one as well. Sorry, Councilmember Starbuck.
I know, I'm not 500 feet though. I know it'll affect something later. I'll recuse.
All right, staff's recommendation is to retain the CUP requirement for a veterinarian practice in the Old Town Zone. Any questions for staff regarding this? Councilmember Mosby.
Could you put the OTC, the map back up that we have, showing the OTC component as well as right next to the 8th Street overlay? It's the last page of...
I think that map may only show the 8th Street overlay. But we can probably go to the internet.
You got one here on the last page, I think would do.
Okay.
Or Exhibit B, even go to Exhibit B, that goes further down. As far as you can go?
Exhibit B is actually
It gives a
item
better
number
map.
9. It's item number 9, attachment for Exhibit B.
If I can borrow the laser pointer, please. And so, just for clarification, right, the magenta or purple area, whatever it is right here is the OTC, right? That's where
correct.
you're saying would have to have a CUP.
Correct.
But everything in the black area right here would be a P component, right? It'd be permitted use.
I think that would also be a CUP.
Do you think, or
Right.
you know? Maybe you can,
Right now, Jen, could you clarify, is that even listed in the H Street overlay?
No, there's no vet clinic allowed in H Street overlay with a mix of uses.
So we recommend the CUP. And just to kind of clarify, so it might say, well, why so much regulation, why CUP? So there's certain uses that have impacts or have something about them that needs to special review or conditions. So barking dogs, outdoor animals, dog runs or outdoor components, kennels or whatever, those things have impacts to either neighbors or other things, and so that's why staff recommends a CUP. So auto repair is another example that a lot of times CUP.
okay, so getting back to, so PCD is a permitted. So PCD, but having an overlay of H Street, it's not allowed. Veterinary is not in the overlay component. But
Right.
but PCD, it is a permitted use.
So yeah, there's a component of the PCD that's in the H Street overlay, and then there's some that are not. Now remember, the H Street overlay, that is a new area in the sense of the general plan years ago created the H Street corridor, which allows the residential component. So you could come in and propose, if it met those development standards, residential uses in that area of Lompoc. And so again, when you start mixing the residential uses with, say, barking dogs or other impacts, then that's where the CUP comes into play.
We already have rules about barking dogs. We're using zoning to regulate barking dogs. Because it's perplexing to me, because where we've allowed the veterinary clinics all these time, now you want a CUP for what didn't you used to have a CUP for?
I'd have to double check the code on the
But just,
clinic.
again, we've heard people come up and say, why are we over encumbering businesses? You have 30, especially in the OTC, you have 30 to 40% vacancy component down here, and you want to be more restrictive? And we already have rules about barking dogs. We already have rules about noise and other components that are out there that would take care of this. Now, if you have an outdoor kennel component, that's a different thing. But a veterinary clinic, well, I didn't catch that it was a CUP in the H Street overlay. I still don't.
No, we would recommend the CUP.
I mean, you got
It's not listed in the H Street overlay, correct, Jen? Yeah, it's not listed.
kennel. You can't have a kennel in H Street overlay, so it's not listed. So you would have. Well, it's one of those that I didn't cross-check back and forth. So.
The speaker tonight, and correct me if I'm wrong, but was okay with the CUP, because right now that's the current code. CUP for the vet use.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff before we open the floor for public comment? Public comment.
Good evening. My name's Lori Tamura, and I'm a land use consultant out of Santa Maria, and currently working with a developer who would like to do mini storage, a new mini storage, new styles, and we're working with staff on design issues and code issues and requirements. And one of them that we're tripping up on is the parking requirement for mini storage, which if you have, I'm going to say 100,000 square feet of mini storage, you're looking at probably between 100 to 130 parking spaces for the mini storage. And that's what the calculations in the code say. Most mini storages have 8 parking spaces at the entrance, and then you pull up to your unit when you get inside. And you don't have designated parking spaces, you don't have parking areas. It's just you pull up to your unit, you pull up to the door, you do your unloading and sorting, and then you're gone. Most mini storage areas have maybe 4 or 5 cars in an hour visiting their unit. And so what we'd like to do is work with staff through your direction to come up with a different method for calculating parking requirements in a mini storage facility. This is probably one of the most stringent ones that we've seen so far, and so we are very excited about bringing a new facility to town, but the parking requirement is pretty onerous. And so I know this is very, 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 very late in the process, but we are ready to bring a new facility into town and go through the permit process. But there is a mechanism for us to work around the parking regulations that the ordinance currently has. So we'd like to work with Brian and the staff and come up with some new suggestions on how to calculate parking for mini storage self-service facilities. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that. We will have that discussion next.
Okay, thank you.
So if you would call your attention to page 17.2.12-3, which are the permitted uses in CC, CB, OTC, and PCD. And if you go to the bottom of the service types, you would find that veterinary clinics and hospitals are permitted in CB and PCD. They're a permitted use, not a conditionally permitted use. And I don't think there's a whole lot of difference in OTC. I don't understand why it's a conditional use in the H Street overlay either. I think you can solve 2 problems with 1 swipe by making it permitted use in the H Street overlay, since it's already a permitted use in each of the subzones within the H Street overlay, and you can make it a permitted use in OTC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon Bridge. I'd like you guys, when you have this opportunity, to go back and look at these codes. This vet item here is a great example where we're now changing something to have a conditional use permit. And I think there's probably about a half a dozen vets already on that. So the second that gets sold and no real change of use, they potentially are going through these hurdles again and having to prove if it's permitted, not permitted. But also just put the hats on that you guys are a resident and consider if in fact these areas are what the staff's saying. I've heard multiple times throughout the night, we don't consider that that's something we want in Old Town, or we don't think we want that in that area. But a majority of the staff here behind me does not live in town. And that's why when we fight so hard for the wine consensus, you're holding it. You've got that document. That was the consensus. And many times when we're going back and it's changing from permitted to conditional use, it's staff's going, we want money. That's what we hear, rather than we want to bring a new business into town. We want to help somebody open it up. Because as we clearly see, a commercial, a new house, something could go on for 10 years. So we gotta be good about this permitted conditional use permit or where it goes to. Because I, for one, would like to have a pet vet in town. There is swap meets, there is things in town, in Old Town that we were benefiting from that have only been taken away. And if we look at the chicken code as an example, clearly it was changed without true public consensus and only rectified, but it was, I think, staff who said, I don't think this is what they want. But consensus is on those pieces of papers. Your participation is here in this room tonight. So please, when you go back and you get a breath of fresh air, please look at the stuff that's gone from permitted to now CUP, because in the residents' eyes, that's able to do to now you have to pay to play. And that's a hard thing to swallow.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we will close public comment on this and bring it back for council discussion. Councilmember Cordova.
Brian, I was just going to ask, you said in the way the code is currently written, they are required to have a CUP currently.
For the OTC, I would need to check in the other areas. Like, for example, I'll just say the PCD, but the OTC, because it's not listed, and the council wanted to have that ability if it's not listed to do a CUP, so it's not listed in the OTC right now, and so it'd be a CUP.
Okay.
Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, again, if we're allowing in the PCD district, I don't think the OTC or the H Street overlay is much more diverse. If you look at the map up there, you can see why is it okay in this block, but that block it's not? And it doesn't make sense. And I think that it was actually skipped and left out of the 8th Street overlay. Because if it's 8th Street overlay, is majority of it is PCD. So if it's allowed in PCD but not the 8th Street, so I think it should be let both back as a permitted use in the OTC and the 8th Street overlay.
And just as a point of clarification, Councilmember Mosby, the reason the uses are different between H Street overlay and the PCD is that the H Street overlay does allow residential, so some of the uses are slightly more sensitive because of that. There are PCD zone properties outside of the H Street overlay where residential is not allowed. In that case, that's where veterinary is showed to be permitted. However, we're absolutely open to feedback and comments on the proposed uses.
Okay, so if we go to the map here, this is outright the 8th Street overlay. And there's houses all around all of this, houses all around this, there's houses all around this, and there's houses on this side where this is, well, some of it's PCD, but you still have housing around all of this. And the way we are in town, housing is around everything. I mean, if you have an issue, you have an issue. I just really don't see that because we're going to potentially allow residential in the 8th Street overlay, that you're going to pull back. Likewise with the OTC component. And you're here, it's a veterinary clinic and a hospital. It's not a kennel, right? It's a clinic and a hospital. Big
Correct.
difference.
Kennel is separate use.
So I mean, I'd stick with what I believe logically should be allowed. I think doctor's office, you might have some people getting shots, might scream a little louder than some of the other things that are out there and such. So I think that they are compatible. And look, what's happening right now is not working, so I think we need to push the easy button here. I would make that motion that we do that if I can get a second. That we allow, as a permitted use in the OTC, veterinary clinics and hospital, as well as the 8th Street overlay, in the 8th Street overlay.
I'll give you a second on that.
So we have a motion and a second. Any additional questions for staff or comments? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 401. Mr. Starbuck, you may return. I think. So the other public comment request was already mentioned in a public comment regarding a parking and mini storage. So Brian, if you could share the concern regarding that so that we better understand what the current issue is and what a recommendation might be that we could move forward on that.
Sure, and I appreciate your patience because I know the meeting's running long. So there's a proposal that's going to be submitted probably in the next week or two for a large mini storage facility. The regulations in Lompoc and the existing code and the proposed code would require a lot of parking. The way that a modern mini storage facility operates these days is people pull up to their unit and they leave, or they pull up to their unit and go inside, grab whatever they need, and then they leave. For some reason, and I don't have all the background, there was a sweeping parking lots that would be required for these mini storage facilities. So Ms. Tamora has brought up a good point. Staff acknowledges that it's an overburdensome parking requirement, both the proposed code and the existing code. So we're willing to work. We've already done some research in other cities, quite a number, probably about 6 to 8, and we're finding that we are more restrictive than those other surrounding cities. And so we could come back with a more flexible parking requirement that would work for Ms. Tamora's project. And not just that project, but projects that come in the future, because the mini storage or self-storage industry has changed a lot, and other cities have jumped onto that change and made their parking less restrictive. So in a nutshell, that's what we're up.
So you would propose coming back with the recommendation for discussion at a later time?
Well, the next meeting, we would just basically, as part of a slide presentation, we would just say, here's the parking ratio that we recommend instead of what is proposed now.
Okay.
That's all it would be.
Okay. Any additional staff questions from council? Seeing none, we open the floor for public comment on that. Okay.
I think somewhere along the way we had a mistake when we redid our parking ordinance, and I want to call your attention to 2 facilities that are newer. One would be Skylar's Mini Storage. I think there's 6 spaces in the front. The other one that I'm very familiar with is on Laurel, east of 7th. There are 4 at the front and maybe 8 in the back, and I think that's about an 80-unit facility. So once upon a time, clearly we didn't have this parking requirement. It is probably one of those things that got passed and it became an unintended consequence, and we just need to go back to where we used to were. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we will close public comment and bring it back to council. I believe we recently had a storage facility built at Central and the Briar Creek area, and it has barely 5 spots out front itself. So at some point, we made an exception already. So I would absolutely support staff recommendation and come back with a new proposal to adjust for some of the more modern parking issues, and make a recommendation not only for the mini storage, but for any other potential modern parking concerns that we might not have thought of, and would like a second on that.
I'll give you a second on that.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Before we move on to the next item, I will ask for a motion to extend the meeting by half an hour. Councilmember Cordova.
I motion to extend the meeting for an additional 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Second.
And we have a second. So we will go to 11:30 and hopefully get through. If not, we will look for another extension.
Mayor, also before we go to the next item, we need to decide our next
the date.
meeting.
Yes, sorry. There was the additional discussion. I completely forgot. Next date recommended by our city clerk.
Well, I guess the first question is, does the council want to have a special meeting, or does the council want to continue doing this at regular meetings?
All depends on how much time Mr. Mosby needs to go through his chapters.
Half an hour to an hour, probably less. I can speak fast.
Councilmember Cordova.
I was just going to say that if we could keep it to the regular meetings, if we're tackling it this way, I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, I agree. So, given I believe planning staff is prepared for the next discussion, depending on what we bring up, we just need to know when.
I am going to say the first meeting in September, bring it back.
So that means your report is due to,
Second meeting, sorry.
okay,
Second meeting in September.
okay. It gives you till August 30th.
What's that? August, okay, thank you. Okay, that's fine, thank you.
So that's September 17th.
September 17th. So the next certain date for zoning ordinance discussion is September 17th. Any other questions staff needs answered or clarification? It needs to be a formal vote since it's an extension.
Yes, we do need to have a formal vote to continue it to a date certain, and that date is September
17th.
17th.
All right. So moved. I need a second. Right, and we.
I think that motion was already voted on.
It was. We voted on the motion to bring back the staff report for the parking spaces.
Yes, that's.
Yes. And so then I went to make a motion to extend the meeting, and I got told we hadn't finished the item and we needed to go back to it. So yes, there's the extension that needs to, I thought we also voted on the extension. Okay.
You did
so we
also
didn't-
vote on the extension as well.
So he says we voted on the extension, but you say we don't. Okay, because I got interrupted in the middle of it because we failed to set the date. So we will vote first, wait, let's finish voting on the zoning ordinance return date, and then we'll vote for the extension because we haven't extended past 11 o'clock yet, so we haven't violated that yet.
Thank
How
you.
about that for a solution?
You need a second.
Right, so I made the motion.
Second.
Councilmember Cordova light was on to make a second, but we'll take Councilmember Mosby's second for that motion, and we will vote. And so it's on the 17th that we will have the next discussion on the zoning ordinance. And so the second vote that needs to be is the extended for half an hour, which I had a motion by Councilman Cordova and Councilmember Starbuck seconded, so we can now vote on that. And that passes, and we will be meeting till 11:30 unless we need another extension. All right, back to the agenda items. The report to council regarding impact fees for accessory dwelling use buildings. Mr. Johnson.
Good evening once again. It has been a very long meeting, so would you like me to read the entire report, or did you have some specific questions regarding how would you like me to do this, or would you like me to paraphrase from the report?
I think a paraphrase would be a great start, and those of us that have questions can ask for clarifications.
Okay, so on September 27th, 2016, the state of California passed Senate Bill 1069, amending sections of the government code to reduce the barriers California homeowners face when seeking to build ADUs, sometimes referred to as a granny flat, on their property. The governor's hope was that removing the obstacle to build ADUs would help to increase the supply of affordable housing in California and allow more people to remain in the communities they call home. The law states that all impact fees, including water, sewer, park, and traffic fees, must be charged in accordance with the Fee Mitigation Act, parentheses, Government Code Section 66000 et sec, which requires fees to be proportional to the actual impact. The example given is less than a single-family home. So further law states that fees charged for the construction of ADUs shall be determined in accordance with Chapter 5, parentheses, commencing with Government Code Section 66000, and Chapter 7, commencing with Government Code 66012. On August 16th, 2018, the city manager issued a memo describing how development impact fees for ADUs would be calculated. Please see attachment 1. Such process was intended to be used until completion and approval of a new development impact fee study that is currently underway. And if you have questions regarding that, please refer to our the Finance Services Manager, Dean, and he can maybe tell you how that is progressing. In that memo, the following guidelines were issued. The calculation of development impact fees for ADUs shall be based on the square footage of the ADU divided by the legally existing square footage of the primary dwelling on the property. That would establish the percentage to use prorate the development impact fees for a new ADU. Sewer and water development impact fees would not be required if an attached ADU would be connected legally to established sewer lines and water meter. The remainder of the development impact fees are prorated based on a percentage of primary dwelling as described in number 1. Sewer and water development impact fees, as applicable, would be required if a detached ADU would require, as determined by the city or the owner, decided to have a new sewer connection or water meter. The remainder of the development impact fees are prorated based on a percentage of the primary dwelling as described in Section 1. Solid waste impact fees for solid waste containers shall not be assessed unless solid waste containers, in addition to those used to service the existing single-family dwelling on the same parcel as the ADU, will be required as determined by the city or requested by the owner. And then also attached are some examples. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to help.
Councilmember Starbuck.
I guess this is for Mr. Albro. We're currently doing an impact fee study right now, Mr. Albro? That's right. What are we using, which capital improvement plan? 2003, I hope, right?
We're using a lot of reference in the one that we're doing, but we're basically trying to reassess all the facilities. He's going to do a facility report based upon other cities and comparables. So some of the information is coming from the one that we did for...
There's one floating out here someplace.
The draft, but...
There's a draft.
But we'll bring it back, and each like I said, like anything that we're building would be based upon new numbers, so.
Based on what?
New numbers.
Yeah, that's what's kind of concerning me is we have a huge fire station in that with several options, which all of a sudden will make fire improvement fees as an impact fee go through the roof. Remember, impact fees are only a very slight percentage of what the rest of the community is going to spend.
You're right. We'll bring it all back and we'll have a big discussion on it. And we are trying not to use everything that's in that. We're trying to use realistic numbers based upon what other cities are doing, what really the capacity.
I mean, this isn't a way to fleece money out of development. This is a way that new development augments what we have already spent.
Well, we're getting closer to the end and probably a couple more months before we bring it back. But our fees are so far pretty close to what they are right now.
As they should, because we've had no approved capital improvement plan on it either.
Yes.
Thank you.
You bet.
Councilmember Cordova.
My question is the memorandum that was issued on August 16th, 2018. Obviously, I wasn't here for that, but to whom was that issued to?
The memorandum, it was issued to, the planning manager, the building official, and the management services director, which would be Mr. Halverson, Mr. Johnson, and at the time, Mr. Wilkie.
Okay. And those were the people that the memorandum references attended a meeting that was held?
That was a portion of the staff that was there. Also in attendance was the Economic Development Director / city assistant city manager at the time, the city attorney, the finance director, the fire chief, planning manager, and the building and safety manager.
Okay, and the new development impact fees, they come to council for approval before they're rolled out, correct?
If you're referring to the study that Mr. Albro was referring to, that is correct.
So in this particular case, wouldn't that have also come to council to determine, or is that something that, because the reason I ask is because I noticed on the report it says that 7 were permitted, 3 paid the appropriated fee, 3 paid no fee, and then it looks like 1 paid 60% of the impact fees. So
That's what the report states, that is correct.
So the inconsistency is where I have a problem. I realize that the report says that the 4 that paid fees that were not proportionate occurred prior to the issuance of the memorandum. But what about?
That's correct.
But what about the other ones? Because there's some on here that paid less, and there's some that, this is addressing the 4 that were not proportionate. So does that include the ones that didn't pay? Okay.
That was a head nod from our city attorney.
Yes,
I got that.
the ones that paid 0 are not proportionate to
Right.
what they should have paid.
And that was all prior to the memo being issued.
And that is correct, Councilperson Cordova. The reason the memorandum was done was because the new law was put into place. It was a law that was put into place in a big hurry to deal with the housing impact that was impacting the entire state of California. And there was a lot of confusion once this bill was passed. Nobody really knew whether the fees were, free or, So that was the purpose of the meeting. The city attorney gave us the code sections based on what we were supposed to be doing, based on the new law that was passed, and that was that the fees were to be proportional. And that's why the decision was made to take the legally established residents on the property and divide the square footage of the ADU so that it would be exactly proportional to what was legally existing on the lot.
Which I agree with that. My only question is, did the memorandum make it to, and I wasn't on city council at that time, but did it make it to city council? And
The memorandum was addressed to the city manager. I mean, it was addressed to us, and it was from the city manager. So the city manager is the person that signed it.
Right, and so if I may, Mayor and Council, so when I had just been here about 2 weeks, I was working with the city attorney at that time. Because of the confusion that had been going on, this seemed to be the most logical step to take, because we were trying to move forward as quickly and have it laid out.
Excuse me, and we did have a couple of ADUs that were approved that we were actually, we did not issue the permits until we got direction.
Okay, Councilmember Mosby.
So where did this meeting go? Where was it held?
Economic Development Manager's
Where was it?
office.
Where, in her office?
City Hall.
So behind locked doors?
No, door was open.
This door going back there is locked, right? The door leaving the entrance here is locked, correct? It wasn't open to the public, was it?
No.
Okay, so this meeting wasn't open to the public. Did you guys vote on how you were going to do this?
I do not remember. I know we discussed it.
Okay, my concern is, just a little while ago, we were told that in order to impose fees, there's a special process that has to go through. My concern, and the reason why I asked this to come forward, is that this decision, this policy, without designing an ordinance, not transparent, not to the view of the public, was done back here in a back door, and a decision was made. And it wasn't made publicly how to charge a fee. Now, maybe it's legal to go this way, but sure as hell wasn't transparent. And, you know, you see that it's arbitrary. Some people hadn't been charged. Some people charged 60%. Some people were charged this other level. In this whole process, this is the problem. This is why we have elected bodies up here, to make these decisions, not so that it's done behind locked doors. And when you have something here that what I consider in certain cases to be cruel, unreasonable, or arbitrary use of control, and that's what's called tyranny. And that's what we have going on right here.
From what standpoint?
From what standpoint? That you guys imposed a fee that was not done publicly.
You guys?
Councilmember Mosby, I want to make sure that you're directing your anger to the appropriate place.
Via the memo. So everybody who is on this memo was part of the discussion. Whoever made the final decision, but anybody who was on this memo, what it should have done is we should have come to council for an emergency meeting, for an ordinance to discuss this.
Final memo, the final decision in that meeting, as I understand it, because I wasn't there, was made by the city attorney. Staff, city manager, and building official asked the city attorney whether this can be done without going to council. City attorney made the decision that it is a logical extension of the development impact fees that we already have in place, because an ADU is like a single-family residence, and there's an argument that can be made that you just do it proportionally. That's the decision that was made so that we could start approving these things.
I got you. In a logical argument, if you pay enough, you can get anybody to logically argue. I understand that. But understand my concerns, because this isn't the only time that a fee has been assessed outside of this council, and outside the purview of the public. And this is why we have this board. It would not have been that difficult to bring this forward. You know, we're a year later because public has come forward and go, why was this guy done 0 and why was I charged this? That's why we're having this discussion now. It would have been so much easier if this was done at that time.
No, I'm not going to disagree with you, Councilmember Mosby, but I do think that going back to the ones that had 0 and the ones that had full price, that's why this was done, because there had been confusion from the state of what we're going to do. So when I arrived here, we said, this doesn't make sense. We do need, in discussion with the previous city attorney, he said, you know, this would be a good tack to take. It was one that we could take, so we went ahead and took it at that point.
Well, let me say that I am very upset that this happens. I hope I don't find more. I know there's still at least one out there that still has to get cleared up.
Which one is that?
The LS1 streetlight rate that was tripled behind closed doors. I've talked to you that before. It was actually signed via resolution and discussion that it wouldn't happen, and it did. And I don't know how many others are out there, but I hope I don't find any others. But I know what the public is very upset about, and this is just not the way to go about it. It doesn't take long to put it on the agenda and get it through. Your memo was half the staff report that you needed anyways. And okay, Mr. Pannoni's not here, all right? But this is not the right way to go.
Councilmember Cordova.
So I am in no way accusing staff of making a decision, because in my understanding, when I'm reading this, it says that the fees shall be determined in accordance with Chapter 5. So it goes on to list the codes. So I'm assuming that the actual fees were derived pertaining to those codes. Is that correct?
That would be right. They're based off the current costs as a percent of what, as Mr. Johnson said, based on a percent of the whole, so that there is a cost. There has to be some kind of a calculation done. So it's, I guess I wouldn't call it arbitrary, because you're looking at what is a new building going up, ADU versus the other one. There's a mathematical equation you can come to. So we took that.
My question arose from when I read the staff report that said that, you know, the new development impact fees would be coming to council, and then I thought, well, but this didn't come, and that's where my questions came up. So I just want to be clear about that.
Any more questions for staff before we open for public comment? Thank you. Floor is now open for public comment.
Hi, my name's Diane Long. I just built an ADU. I believe I'm the 60% person who paid the 60% in fees. My first quote for fees, excuse me, was $21,000 to permit my ADU. I immediately fought that, said that was absolutely ridiculous. And then all of a sudden these meetings started happening and my project was approved on July 25th. I did not get my fee schedule until August. After they had this meeting, after they had these memos, I've still been fighting it for a year now. I've sent you all a package. I knew this was wrong from the beginning. I have been fighting and fighting, but I had to get this thing built for my family. So I appreciate you bringing it up. I'd be glad to have a discussion with any of you privately or at the next public session because it's getting late. But I still think those fees were not charged to me fairly. I don't think they were calculated fairly. If they talk about charging, well, since your square footage in the back house was only 60% of what the front house was, your fees will be less, right? Well, that's right. If I build a smaller unit, I can build up to 1,200 square feet. My front house is 1,150 square feet. So would my fees be more on the back house if I built what I'm able to build? So the calculation was done incorrectly. I think the meetings were all done incorrectly. I've got schedules of emails between me and Vita going back and forth about when is the meeting, have they met yet? Oh, it's been postponed, and I'm just trying to build a damn house. Everything else went very smoothly, I will tell you. I worked with Al, things went very well and calm, but when it came to the fees, it was standoffish. As soon as I started fighting the fees, I started getting a different attitude from the city. And I'm furious to know there's 3 other people who didn't have to pay the $8,000 or $10,000 that I did. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we will close public comment. Any council desire other than to receive this report? Councilmember Mosby.
I believe that it would be appropriate that what has been done comes back for a full discussion, designing an ordinance that's done publicly. And then that's a motion that I'm making.
Do we have a second?
Could you repeat the motion, please?
That it comes back relating to the memo, relating to this discussion, the impact fee on the accessory dwelling units, comes back for full discussion and done publicly and designed with an ordinance.
Essentially what you want is what you think should have come in the first place.
That's correct.
You want that to come, okay.
And I think it'd be done publicly so that the people can communicate and do this. I know it's after the fact, but I think it should be done this way and going down the road so we have it lined with an ordinance and everybody recognizes how it's done.
I'll give you a second.
It is moved and seconded. Any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Number 11, status report regarding enforcement of grease trap requirements against La Roca Bakery and Taqueria and status of La Roca's appeal.
I, too, will try to make this brief. This was a council request to come back based on a request by a customer, a resident restaurant customer, at the May 21st meeting. This was from the representatives of La Roca Bakery and Taqueria. This establishment used to be 2 separate properties next to each other in a strip mall, but for the last several years it has been a single operation under a business certificate for La Roca Bakery and Taqueria. The question that was brought up at May 21st was effectively what the timeline of the events were regarding the requests to get a grease trap and the corresponding trail from there. So I'm going to go to page 2. The timeline, the food service establishment survey was sent out to La Roca on October 12th of 2018. Wastewater staff did a store visit on December 4th, 2018, talked with the owner about the survey and the need for a grease trap. A NOV was issued, a notice of violation, on January 22nd, 2019, after several attempts to gain voluntary compliance. February 26th, a store visit was done, also by wastewater staff. A request for reconsideration was issued on March 11th of 2019. Due to a mix-up, that was not accepted at that point in time. March 26, 2019, the staff city wastewater staff spoke to La Roca, the La Roca owner, letting them know there was an error and that they could stop by City Hall to appeal the NOV with the city clerk's office. On April 1st, La Roca submitted a letter requesting reconsideration of the NOV. While it was sent a few days late, because of the prior mix-up, the attorney's office determined that it should be accepted. On April 12th, I issued a ruling on the reconsideration, which upheld the NOV. On May 1st, the city attorney's office sent a letter to La Roca informing them of our obligation to comply with the ruling. May 15th, the owner's son stopped by City Hall to request more time to put the grease trap in, given the additional 30 days by city staff to comply with the letter. At that point in time, staff was informed by I believe by the son, that they would have the grease trap installed within a 30-day time frame. And La Roca then made an appeal at the May 21st meeting, which brought this item up. This oral appeal was not received within the 10 days of the ruling as required the Lompoc Municipal Code. And no other request was made prior to the May 21st City Council meeting. As of the date of the submission of the staff report, there had been no further communications with representatives from La Roca, and no permit for installation of the grease trap has been received also by then. I'd like to make one clarification on the first page. Between the time that the staff report was done and now, wastewater staff confirmed that there are actually the 2 units that are accessible. They both still retain their original kitchen, so I don't know if they're both used, but there are individual kitchens in the 2 sides of the facility. So, and I think in the staff report I said there's just 1. So I'll go back to the recommendation, which is basically to receive the informational report and provide some direction. This is not an appeal for having a grease trap or not having a grease trap. It's just to provide information on the timeline that occurred up through the May 21st request for reconsideration by the owner of the establishment. So I'm willing to answer any questions, and I believe the owner is here as well, if you have any questions.
I believe we should allow the owner to get up and speak, and before I do, let's make sure we get another half-hour extensions in case this runs long like the last discussion. So if I could get a motion for another half hour just to make it through this?
Motion go another half hour.
Second.
And I have a second. Let's vote. And it's 4-1, and so we will meet until midnight if we need to.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Eric Mendoza for La Roca Bakery. On March 11, we learned we could appeal the city demand that we put in a grease interceptor and took our appeal to the city. The city staff said they could not take our appeal. On March 26, the city then told us we could file an appeal. We did not understand the appeal process and what had changed in 15 days. On April 1st, we submitted the letter dated March 25th, and here's a copy of each you could look at. Please look at the last page and the section in yellow. It says, for these reasons and other reasons not yet discovered, we are appealing the water waste notice of violation and the requirement to put in a grease trap in the city council. So although we received a letter from the city dated April 12, telling us we had 10 days to appeal the council, we felt our March 25th letter had been our written appeal to the council. As nothing had happened with our appeal letter March 25th, we spoke at council on May 21st, again asking to have our appeal heard. I think that as we were one of the first appeals, both the city staff and we at La Roca were unsure of the process. We have been waiting for over 130 days to have our appeal heard by the city council, and we are simply asking to be treated fairly and have our appeal heard by the council.
Councilmember Mosby.
Hey, can you explain to me what you have in your kitchen? What kind of equipment do you have in there?
In the kitchen, we just have mixers, a table. It's like pretty much it. Like what do you call it? It's a big, like a grill, just a grill, metal steel grill, square, and.
Do you have a deep fryer?
No.
No deep fryer? You just have a small griddle top?
Yeah, it's a griddle top, a 4-burner, and that's about it. Yeah, a couple tables.
Okay, and that's, I guess there was reference, you had 2 kitchens, you have one on each side, is that?
Well, it's because we have a taco place on one side, which doesn't really put out as much as we like it. It might be taking like 10% out of both of them together. So it's not really doing much right now. We're mainly focused on the bakery side, which is just flour, and it's all done on the table. Most of the flour falls on the floor, we pick it up, and that's it.
So you're doing the taco side just to try to make enough money to pay the bills?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we had it for a while, and we just like to hang on to it, see maybe hope it gets a little better, or if not, we'll just end up taking it out.
Okay. You ever really had a problem with your drains?
Since we've been there 25 years. I only recall about one time a plumber coming over to unclog the drain.
And I think it said in here, you have a barber shop next door or something? Are you guys?
Yeah, there's a barber shop next door. We had one time just recently, it got clogged up, and the guy pulled out a bunch of hair that was making it stop, so.
Okay, so one time in 25 years. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, not too many.
Any more questions for the applicant? Thank you. Councilmember Starbuck?
Yeah, Mr. Wookie, a couple of questions here. I mean, we're looking at March 11th when staff had a mix-up. And you come through here and you look on April 12th and, you know, while not legally required, like we went out of our way to let an applicant know that he could appeal. What really gets me is we looked at the lateral on July 19th. This is when we appeared to pay attention. Ironically, I looked down the alley from my shop today, and I guess we were doing it again on August 6th for some reason. But this whole thing, why are we seeing so many appeals when common sense will tell us? The pictures of this drain, I wish my drains looked that good. You know, I'm not understanding why we're putting businesses through this. This is over the top again with staff. I know we can't do an appeal because the time's run out, but maybe we can make a little policy here that we can extend the appeal period, and then we can do something about this.
Councilmember Mosby.
So what triggered the NOV on January 22nd, 2019?
I'm just going to read from the report that it was triggered after several attempts by staff to gain compliance from the restaurant.
So because he didn't get to talk to him, you violated him?
So they first got the survey in October, so October, November, December. So that's 90 days that we tried to, the wastewater staff was trying to work with them. So their hope was to provide a little bit more encouragement to move along a little bit faster. So.
Does our ordinance say somewhere about mandating a survey? And if we don't get a survey back, we'll violate them?
The survey was based on a audit by the
So we don't have an ordinance that says that, though?
We have an EPA directive that says we need to start addressing this.
Okay. So it doesn't look to me like we had a finding of fact that triggered it. It wasn't that they had, just because he had a kitchen. You wanted to mandate an interceptor on it. Not that he had by state law. And I think one of the complexities we have is that our ordinance doesn't align with our SSMP plan, which doesn't align with state. We have some things that are off, because we have it that states basically that if you have a restaurant, you have to have one of these.
That's what the SSMP says, yes.
Right.
Which
But
is part of our permit.
Our ordinance doesn't say that.
But the SSMP is part of our permit with the state to operate our treatment plant.
I understand that, but what we have in the SSMP is we have, just call it a restaurant. And I think we need to qualify what a restaurant is.
It's food service establishments.
Exactly. I think we can qualify the restaurant better. And just as the state law says, that we have to have it, they have to have equipment that generates grease-laden waste. And we don't have, I mean, we go after somebody just because they're serving food, because technically, if you have these wineries and tasting rooms, you're going to put in interceptors at all of them next. And it just seems like because we imposed and we allowed certain things to happen, we put a fee out there. And because we had a fee out there, we started deciding how we're going to collect this fee. And that's my point of concern.
I'm not sure what fee you're talking about.
Well, we tried to get more. You have a permit fee, of course, but we have a mandate for inspecting the interceptors. It's a $150 fee, I believe, that was in the fee study plan. It was supposed to be brought back to us to be a multi-tiered component. That was never brought back to us. But we had it approved in the fee. Remember we talked about it, that you have 2 tiers on when they do the inspection component? But prior to imposing this potential fee, we weren't looking at this.
I don't believe we've been charging that fee for these inspections.
No, but it's in the fee study.
I agree, but this process that started in October has not included those charges.
I know there's nothing we can do about the appeal component directly to the appeal council, but in light of what we see, the layers of complications that are going on, I think what we need to do is change this component of the ordinance about the appeal to allow the people 90 days for that final appeal. And by allowing them 90 days and also making it retroactive. So actually, in that case, it's a mechanism to allow this gentleman's appeal to be looked at timely. And I think maybe the city attorney could help me with some language that we come forward with that to modify our ordinance to allow this final measure. Because you see, city staff had a lot of time to come after this guy. This guy is trying to make a living and pay his bills. He tried to move forward with this. It was complicated and confusing. And originally, they weren't identifying that you even had the ability to appeal. Now everybody wants to go to the city website to read our city ordinance, and granted, ignorance is no excuse under the law, but we're trying to truly be business friendly and help the people. And I believe that we could modify our ordinance, if it correct the city attorney, and give him a 90-day for that and make it retroactive so that this gentleman could move forward with his appeal.
Well, we can certainly amend the ordinance. I can't help you with exact language right now, but what we can do if you wanted to go that route is to bring back an ordinance amendment that increases the deadline to appeal. We can have the staff report address making that retroactive and inform the council of all the risks that may be entailed with that. And then the council can make a decision about amending the code at that time.
Well, there's a motion for you.
Second.
I would say we need to, given the number of appeals that have occurred and the inconsistencies that we have between our ordinance and potentially the state, I think we need to examine the entire ordinance, not just when appeals process could be done. So if council's willing to evaluate the entire ordinance to make sure it's updated, I would prefer to have that motion.
I would like to just keep it simple right now. We have the SSMP coming back in front of us here shortly. Hopefully it's soon, right? It expires pretty soon. Last time, I think the council had a week or two to make a decision. Would you guys have that coming back to council soon?
I'd have to check with wastewater, but I think we're trying to look at it comprehensively between the ordinance update, the SSMP.
And I think at that time that would be the appropriate time to adjust. This year would just keep it simple and small, but here within the next couple of months, it's going to come back that we can work on this to align our ordinance with the SSMP, which could also get us aligned with state code as well. So I'd like to keep mine simple.
Just to clarify, I don't think there's a expiration date for the SSMP. I do know that it has to come back periodically, but
if you're making significant changes in every 5 years, if you're not making any changes, you can roll over pretty simply. But if you have changes, then you have 5 years, and it's coming up.
Okay.
So I'd like to keep my motion as was.
Councilmember Cordova.
So I disagree with what just happened because my light was on before the motion was seconded. I would just like to say, if you went with making it retroactive, how far back are you looking to make it retroactive?
I made the motion with a 90-day.
To go back 90 days. I thought that the motion was 90 days for the appeal.
If you made 90-day extension, then his would fall under that component of time.
Okay. Because my point was going to be that in his April 1st letter, without having to do all that, I agree with amending the code, and I've been saying that for I don't know how long. But in his letter dated April 1st, he clearly states that he wants his appeal going to the council. So could it be that we made an error, as we did when I don't know who's responsible for the mix-up from the March 11th incident or submittals or letter, the written request that was provided. So could it be that we made an error again here, and his letter clearly states that he wants an appeal to go to council, and that's dated April 1st, whereas the city letter went out April 12th?
It's a matter of the process. So the way the process works is staff issues the NOV first. Then the business owner can appeal it to the utility director. That's the first step. And that's what they were trying to do on April 1st, even though they said they wanted to appeal to the council. The first step is to appeal to the utility director. So we as staff interpreted that appeal to be them trying to take the first step, which is to appeal it to the utility director.
Okay.
Then the utility director makes his decision, and he issued his decision on April 12, and then there are 10 working days after that that the applicant has to appeal to the council, and they were notified of that in the letter that they received on April 12. And that is the deadline that they did not meet to appeal to the council afterwards.
Okay, and that is a great answer, and I accept that. I think that that's reasonable. However, I think because of the fact that clearly the business owner has attempted to inform staff that he wanted an appeal to go, I think that we could have caught that better, and we could have maybe explained that to him that, hey, we're going to issue this. And I do realize that you did it in the form of a letter. I get that. I would rather see and allow him to have an appeal rather than go back and retroactivate people to 90 days, because I think that would open up a whole nother can of worms. But I guess my counter to that would be that if I can still make one, but I don't know because there's already a second on the floor.
You can make a substitute motion.
My substitute motion would be that we grant him the opportunity of an appeal to be able to bring it. And then I would say to go back and look at our code and try to fix what Mr. Mosby said. I'm in favor of that, and I have been asking for that also.
Councilmember Vega is next to make a comment.
Another comment would be, whenever we see that there could be a language barrier sometimes within the business, maybe we should also be cognizant, and maybe everybody in city staff sometimes, we do have some businesses there that, I'm not saying there is a language barrier or something in correspondence, but just be cognizant of it. Sometimes it's a Mexican bakery, you never know. Sometimes it may be more comfortable with listening to the rules and regulations and expectations. Not saying that's so, I just want us to be cognizant of it.
Councilmember Mosby.
If I could comment on Councilmember Cordova's motion, the complication with that is if the moment you start granting that level, a component of appeal like that, then you open up a potential can of worms and setting a precedence to anybody and everybody on that level. What I was trying to do by changing the ordinance would be giving people some breathing room to focus, to get away from the shock and awe that happened here. But I think we would be going down a potentially slippery slope if you did the modification of getting somebody something that didn't necessarily meet, as we already have identified, the requirements of the noticing. But we can do the level that we're going here with the minimalization of
Council. I'd like to just add to that based on something that came up tonight that Councilmember Cordova pointed out, which is the applicant's appeal letter on April 1st, I think it was April 1st, said that they wanted to appeal to the council. And that's actually a good point. I think there may be an argument, a way that we could interpret that to allow an appeal to the council. So I'm not making that final decision right now, but it's something I'd want to look at. So perhaps a combination of Councilmember Mosby's motion and Councilmember Cordova's motion could be made. And at the future meeting, when we bring this back, the staff report can talk about not only the possibility of amending the code to extend the deadline, but also the possibility of accepting the appeal right now to go to council based on the fact that the applicant obviously wanted to appeal to the council. The only other thing I'd say about that is I don't think there's a copy of the applicant's April 1st letter in here, so I actually do not...
It was in the staff report.
Oh, received April 1st, I see. Dated March 25th.
Oh, even worse. Mayor, may I comment?
We'll find out in this moment as soon as we know the city attorney's done with his input.
One moment. We are appealing the wastewater notice of violation to put into grease trap to the city council. Okay, yeah, so my statement stands. I think we could have that combination motion, and bring both those issues back to the council at another meeting to look at both amending the code to extend the deadline and also interpreting this letter to be an appeal that we could accept right now.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Cordova.
So maybe I didn't clarify what I said, but I did in fact mean to say that I'm in favor of him being granted an appeal, an opportunity for an appeal based on the fact that he did specifically write it to the city in his letter. I am in favor of allowing a more than 10-day, I think 90 days is excessive. I would go for 30 days. I think if you're going to appeal, you have enough time to do it in 30 days. I think 90 days is a bit excessive. But what I'm not in favor of is going back and retroactivating that 90 days. When all this time when we've discussed these appeals, we've been told that there was only a handful of people that had an issue with it. So why do we need to open it up and open the floodgates where we've kind of dealt one by one with the people that wanted to be heard and those business owners that had concerns? So I don't see the purpose in that.
Councilmember Mosby.
I would amend my motion to add the component that if the city attorney could determine that the one letter allowed for that and bring the staff report forward as mentioned.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, my second will align with both Councilmember Cordova and Mosby's motions.
And for clarification to Councilmember Cordova, since this report will come back, you can still argue you're non-retroactive during the actual staff report. So you're not giving up that option to have that discussion. So we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. Any other questions?
I would like to point out one thing about any change in the ordinance, because it's related to our permit. Any ordinance change would have to be passed through the State Water Board for their concurrence as well.
Okay.
And that is something we'll talk about in the staff report that we bring back.
And before I move on from this, given the lateness of the evening, have we had public comment on this, or did we just allow the applicant? We have not had public comment. So, for a brief moment, we will open the floor to public comment. Seeing no one rise, we will close public comment. Didn't want to miss out on one more opportunity for you to make comments. So, back to the motion, the second. Any other discussions or questions? Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, I hope somebody will take the time and talk to the guy that's really involved in this to make sure that he's very clear, because it's a little confusing for the council. I can just imagine how this poor man feels at 11:45 at night now.
Thank you for that comment, and we'll vote. And that passes 5-0. All right. Final item of the evening, new business, item 12, introduction of ordinance number 167119 to repeal the Lompoc Municipal Code, chapter 9.44, relating to registered sex offender residency restrictions, from our city attorney, Jeff Malave.
Good evening, almost good morning, council. We are here tonight to talk about the city's regulations regarding registered sex offenders, regulations that were adopted in 2012, when a number of cities were adopting similar regulations on the residency and the locations that registered sex offenders can live in the city, and also locations where registered sex offenders can loiter in the city, and also the persons that registered sex offenders can live with in the city. This ordinance, chapter 9.44 of the municipal code that was adopted in 2012, has resulted in at least 2 lawsuits and a third threat of a lawsuit from various plaintiffs that claim that the residency restrictions and the loitering restrictions are unconstitutional, both under the state and federal constitutions. The city has amended its code over the years to repeal certain portions of our sex offender regulations to settle these lawsuits. And we now are faced with a situation that, after an analysis of the state laws regarding sex offenders, the state regulations on where sex offenders can reside, and the state regulations on where sex offenders can loiter and who they can live with. That there really is no benefit. Those regulations at the state level are identical or nearly duplicative of the city's regulations, so there is really no benefit to the city to continue having our local regulations on the books. The city can simply enforce state law. The police department can enforce the state's penal codes. And really by having these codes in our local ordinance, all it is doing is putting the city at risk of litigation, which we have seen time and time again since 2012. In the staff report, it describes our local regulations that we currently have regarding where sex offenders can reside. For example, we have a rule that they may not live within 500 feet of a child care center, public or private school, park, or public library. And state law has an even larger radius that in Penal Code 3003.5b states that sex offenders may not reside within 2,000 feet of any public or private school or park where children regularly gather. The sensitive uses are slightly different, but the radius is larger. State law regulations on who sex offenders can cohabitate with are nearly identical with our local code. The state law prevents sex offenders from living in a single-family residence with another sex offender that is not related to them by blood, marriage, or adoption. Our code has that same regulation, so we could simply just enforce state law. And then the loitering regulation that we have prevents registered sex offenders from loitering in or about a school or public place where children attend or normally congregate. And there are a slew of penal code sections that essentially do the same thing, prevent sex offenders from entering a park where children regularly gather without the permission of their parole agent. Another section of the penal code prevents sex offenders from coming into any school building or on school grounds without having lawful business there and without permission from the principal of the school. There's another state law that prevents sex offenders from returning to a school after being asked to leave by a police officer or by an official of the school. And finally, there is a state law there are state laws that are in addition to the laws that we already have at the local level. Penal Code 653C prevents sex offenders from entering facilities for elderly care, and Penal Code 290.95 prevents sex offenders who committed crimes involving children from volunteering in participating in any kind of volunteer activities with children. So what we're recommending tonight is for the City Council to simply repeal Chapter 9.44 of our municipal code, which is our sex offender regulations, because they are duplicative of state law. The police department simply can enforce the state law rules, and the city will then be removed from the target of litigation that we have faced over the past 7 years regarding our sex offender regulations. So there seems to be no benefit in retaining them, and it only makes us a target to litigation. So for those reasons, that is the staff recommendation. I'm available for questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. We'll open for public comment.
Sorry, I know it's getting late, but I absolutely agree that we should keep our community as safe as we possibly can for our children, for our future.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we will close public comment, bring it back to council for a motion. Councilmember Cordova.
I would motion to approve the repeal of this. I think in the best interest of the city, we are probably a lot more safer by applying the state regulation and having that enforced by our police department.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments before we continue? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Any written communications?
Nothing more than you've already received.
Thank you. You have oral communications for 2 minutes on any city manager. Please step to the podium.
I just want to be quick and make sure that I interpreted what I heard earlier today. What I heard is we made wine tasting rooms a permissible use in the industrial area. And the code would have to change to reflect that.
I will ask for clarification once we're done with oral communications.
Gary Halsey again. I'd like some clarification on where I ended up with the appeal that I was presenting tonight. And I'd also like to mention that the building official admitted that there was no proof of an expiration letter sent to me. If there had been, I would have paid or complied with what needed to be done, as my evidence is that I have been continuing to work on my issue. So it seemed like that we kind of let ourselves at a dead spot with, my application being expired. I have been under the impression that as long as it's ongoing, and it has been ongoing on my part for sure, that it would not expire. And so I'm a little confused on when does it expire? What is the criteria for expiration? I think that would probably help all of you in making a decision rather than leaving it open, and rather than me, resubmitting under a different criteria, which changes my position quite a bit. So I would like that consideration. I would like to find out the process of expiration. Maybe we can ask somebody here tonight at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more oral communications for the evening? Seeing none, would Brian please clarify for Mr. Bridge his question?
Sure, Mayor and Council, I was just looking back at my notes, and what I recall that we voted on tonight is allowing accessory uses up to 49%, and also wine tasting rooms could have up to 100% of that area if no production is takes place during that time.
Thank you. All right. Council requests, comments, and meeting reports. Councilmember Starbuck.
I have no reports, but with the same courtesy, maybe we could get somebody to talk to Mr. Halsey about that. It seems like a very legit question. If he's under the impression he's working and this is good, and then all of a sudden we're saying it's not. I was very concerned with the footing, but we're leaving him hanging here right now.
Actually, he had direction to speak to staff about the application process and resubmitting his documents. So please speak to staff regarding the process and submitting your paperwork. And yes, the decision by council was under the new building code. Okay. So staff is the appropriate person to start with at this point, which will be the Building and Planning Department. If council makes a request on that as part of a discussion, we could see that potentially coming back. At this time, it is not agendized, so we cannot have that discussion. All right, we've got 5 minutes left. I will take a motion to extend for 15 minutes to make sure we don't go past, unless we think we can get through in 4 minutes. All right, I'll give you a chance to do this. Councilmember Vega.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordova.
Attended the welcome reception for Colonel Mastelier on August 1st.
Thank you. Councilmember Mosby.
It'll take a little longer. I just attended many meetings, none at city expense, but I did want to comment about one meeting that I did attend, and that was with the Coastal Commission at Surf Beach, July 26th. And just to follow up on the petitions that I had passed out about trying to get the beach open, we have approximately 3,000 signatures plus that we turned into the Coastal Commission. The city was there, the county was there, U.S. Federal Fish and Wildlife, California Fish and Wildlife, the base was there, the congressman had a rep there, and we had, when I say county, a lot of county people there. A lot of positive things came from it. There was talk about how we can, very positive, probably the most positive meeting that I've been across, about how we can get a potential boardwalk paralleling, connecting Surf Beach and Ocean Park, opening up the beach also to fishing, who was responsible for the closures, as well as the 50 bird limit, not counting for closures, the 50 trespass component. So there was a lot of positive. One of the big things, besides fishing opening up, was potentially the estuary opening up again back in the, like it was in the 50s and the 60s, where to water sports like canoeing, kayaking, items like that, things that we haven't seen for decades. So very, very positive, meaning a lot of how we can get it done. So it was very impressed with that. One quick thing. Oh man, can we use a couple minutes?
Yeah.
We'll make a motion to extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
Okay, motion to extend the meeting 5 more minutes.
Nobody's seconding that.
I will second that. Vote. Vote. Yes. Come on, he keeps talking, you better support it.
That was violated anyways.
4-1. The meeting will be extended by 5 minutes.
Okay, real fast, a matter of importance. I know we're getting late here, but it's a very big concern that we have. I know it's been a priority for most of us, and that is getting the LAFCO component and getting the annexation done. I went back through my records and found out that April 10th was when I was contacted by Brian Halverson to try to get assistance to meet with the county. And I went and talked with Peter Adams because they were dogging him. And it was before that his application was put in, but he wasn't getting anywhere with them. So we're over a year and a half in the application process. And we can just keep talking about this and say that we want to do this. It's been for 10 years we've been pushing on this game. And we need to get done with this talk component. And what my recommendation is that we have staff come back with having the legal department take the lead of this component and come back with what an estimated budget would be to do this. Because there's items that are in this zone code book that are going to make it almost impossible. We know that there's items in the general plan that got to be corrected that haven't been able to bring forward. We've been keep moving forward and trying to get there, but we're not getting there. And I think it's time to go out there and give Mr. Halverson assistance. Let the legal department come and take the lead of it, at least come back with a staff report so we can see and make a decision at that time. So we keep talking about it, we can try to get some conclusion. That's a motion.
It's a request. I need a second and third for that. Councilmember Starbuck.
I'd love to see the attorney work. I'll give you a second.
Councilmember Cordova.
I will give you the third.
So you have 3 supporting that. Is there enough clarification to staff? Okay. Councilmember Starbuck.
No reports.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Explore Lompoc for hosting the Colonel Mastelier welcome reception. It was much appreciated and very nice to be able to talk to the entire new base command in a more intimate scenario and really educate them about our community. I also was at the meeting Councilmember Mosby referenced. None of it is set in stone. We are still waiting for all of those suggestions to go through the rounds of approval and suggestion, and we won't know till potentially December if those things are approved. So again, hopeful, but again, no guarantee yet. So we will keep working with the entire group to make sure it happens. I want to congratulate Police Officer Jason Flint, who received the award for supporting victims through the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center. He was given an award for the compassion he shows to the victims, and it's really wonderful to have some organization like that honor our officers and the hard work they do, and I really appreciate North County Rape Crisis Center for doing that. The last Old Town Market on August 16th is Healthy Lompoc, and there will be a bicycle ride with the mayor at 4 o'clock. The starting point is at Stone Pine and will be a all right-hand turn in the neighborhood behind on the bike paths that exist. And we just ask that you come out with your helmets, and it's back to school week, so kids are welcome. But again, if you need helmets, there's a limited supply at the police department, so you can stop by and get a helmet and get fitted for it. So I look forward to seeing anybody and everybody out there to see how rideable our community is. I do have one council request. Given we didn't address it, but I keep hearing of issues, I would like to request that staff return with a public safety infrastructure and equipment status report. There are a lot of issues going on with the different buildings, with the different equipment, and I think it's really important we understand what is a priority and what is a safe and unsafe environment, and it's not just the fire station. So I would like to see a report come back so we can better understand what needs to be addressed for our public safety infrastructure and equipment. Councilmember Cordova?
I will give you a second on that.
Thank you.
I'll do a third, but we already got one for Station 1.
Right, but there's other issues that aren't as large, so thank you for that. So we have the second and third, and any clarification needed for that? Okay. I appreciate everyone's patience and staying with us for the evening and for the long drawn-out discussion regarding zoning ordinance, but it's a really important one. It's a really old document that we're working really hard to not necessarily perfect, but at least get as good as we can out the door. So thank you all for being here, and we are adjourned at 12:03 to the next City Council meeting on August 20th, 2019.